it's a will, woo.
It is a me. How's it going? You'll cause me to have a little meltdown before I'm even starting. I haven't got a lot of oomph to my voice, so I'm sorry if this is coming through real quiet. But thank you. How are you doing? It's been like 1,000 years. It's been a little under a week since I last saw everybody. How are you doing?
Captain on the bridge.
Oh. And straights for all that you do. And then some. Thank you for 45 months. Which is tier 3, which is a very big deal. There's a shiny sparkly staff for a reason. And yeah, so Bacon, I had a shower. I got a lot of the good vapors in. I've been waking up with this gravelly voice that makes me sound like a fighting game antagonist. And I keep forgetting to record it because I don't feel good in the morning. But yeah, as you can see by Wolfcrad's ridiculous health bar, shit's already been popping off. And Orchazini and Catastros, what's up, friends? Thank you. It's good to see you all. Oh, Bacon, doing the voice for Tekken Anime. Okay, the protagonist has antagonist voice. I'm going to do things that are really good in a voice that sounds like I'm really bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. I'm so sorry. There's going to be a lot of that today. I got water.
Sensors
hey!
online. All systems nominal.
What birthday? Ho?
Birthday! Ho! And Alnis, thank you for 44 months, you fucking ledge. Everybody's doing ever fun!
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh.
Party face.
Unitax, thank you for 46. 46 is the maximum, right? God, I don't remember right now. Fucking go! The train didn't stand. God, you lot. J-Post, that's $50. I fucking thank you. You're stranded, for one whole train has been summoned. Fucking we. It's alright, the water. I know the tunes don't fit, but my voice isn't very strong right now, so I can't talk over the
What ho? I assume you have tea with lemon and honey on hand?
Nope. I've got water and I've got coffee, but I have eaten. I've got no taste of anything right now, so it's all just varying liquids. This is liquid go zoom. This is liquid make feel better. Holy crud! I don't even see what hit. The train's already done. The train has already exploded. There is no more train.
Early train bits FTW.
No, y'all already blew the doors up before we even got started. I had to go and have a little fucking recompile in the bathroom. Thank you. Fucking yo! And aspects, thank you kindly. How long is that? I've lost track of all the stuff and things. Yeah, the full 46 months. Thank you. No, give me something more chipper. I need calm but chipper. There we go.
Happy birthday, you scraggly Viking.
Immortal Len, thank you. Thank you all. Although, Immortal Len, your name is going to be a reference that comes back. I'm going to use my birthday powers to bully you all into playing video games with me. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm using my birthday privilege to be an absolute egotistical maniac and making you all play long-form co-op games with me. Haha! Stooge! Fucking go! 20 bucks in bits. Thank you. The train's already at 160%. This isn't a train anymore. This is possibly some kind of, like, flying projectile.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
Hey!
four reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
A mega boss. Who did you tag? Let me scroll back up. Who did you tag? You managed to get CMC passerby, which, when you consider that they only pass by, that's hitting a moving target. That's impressive. That's impressive. Sorry, I just saw Alna saying, it's a railgun, Will. And yeah, the not tasting is very strange. I'm still kind of... It's weird because it's like I can get like the slightest hint of one part. It's like, yo! Strags, you fucking legend. 3K, like fucking yo. You all have done a dent to Wolfcrad, and Wolfcrad blew the doors off before we even got started. I was there with OBS open, ready to get started, and I hear the dramatic duck noise, and then I just kind of... I made the same sound you get when you...
The birthday train has no brakes. This seems grossly irresponsible. We need to warn someone.
We should have let someone know that we were operating a brakeless train. I'm sure there's some service that we were meant to make aware. This train has absolutely no fucking chill. I'm sorry, friends. I think I went completely to space for a second there. What was the last thing I said thank you for? It was Strager throwing 3K, and then Alna's throwing 1,000. So it wasn't just that the birthday train has irresponsibly no safety measures, but also for 10 bucks and bits like a fucking legend. Yeah, Wolfcrad, quiet day. Amos was staring at me the whole time. I'm sniffing and like washing my face, trying to get my shit together. He's like, hey, what's going on? You seem to be having some kind of a thing going on. I'm like, not now, my boy.
Sensors online. Weapons online.
Fucking
All systems nominal.
wee.
37 is higher than I can count without a calculator.
Shit, yeah. I counted up to 41 once. Not even gonna lie, AR. Not even gonna lie.
What ho? It's entirely too early for a train, but let's go.
I mean, train. Much like Southern Rail, when have the trains here ever run on time? Sparky, it's lovely to see you. Well, hello and welcome. Like, how are you doing, friend? Yeah, I got the bad luck. Basically, after I finished hanging out with you all on Saturday, fucking yo!
I like the pretty green colour.
You know what, AR? It's a good teal. It's a strong teal. We initially designed all the longship boats to be in the same like color rank. I don't know if anyone noticed that. Now I need to come up with a bunch more boats. But that's another story. No, but seriously, thank you. Yeah, Sparky, the...
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Everything happens so much!
Heroes have overcome the arc villain Shredder.
Okay, aspects. Who did you get? You got Indy Kylo. Good start. Ruvia Furiosa. Happy Pie Pew Pew. You got Gil and Fendweller. That's a good lineup. A part of me wants to start grading like the House Carl hunts. Kind of like gacha pulls. Then I realised I'd have to rank my friends, and I know some people would never forgive me. But no, aspects, that's fucking cool of you, thank you.
If my calculations are correct, this should cover your rent for this week.
Holy crap. Fearless, thank you. Sadly, our rent is more than $300.
Noot noot, hope you are feeling better.
No, but I'm here. Fearless, that's still a fucking massive amount. It's like, fuck.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Sneaky wick drive by you.
Hey, Moose. How are you doing, friends?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Yo nerd, happy birthmas.
Happy
Viking
to
64
face.
pride.
Ah! See what I did there, Artie Polo? I turned it around. Boosh. I am truly the tactical genius.
I may be late to the train with this but slash down. Happy bloody birthday. Be nice to yourself.
No.
It's your day. We love you, dude.
Sorry, thank you. Holy shit. You have nearly felled Wolfcrad in the time it took and Tran. Like, and single train. Holy shit.
Happy birthday.
Oh. I had no impressions that I was going to be... I thought I was going to be a snotty mess for different reasons today. Holy fuck. I don't even know how to process all this. It's alright, I'm not dying. There's a strict embargo on dying around here. Which is why I live in a constant state of undeath. Holy fuck. Yeah, no dying, it's a thing. Wait. I really don't know what to say, friends. Thank you. This week's been fucking scary. crud. Holy fuck. For a brief second there, Strager, you broke the Jargon. It didn't know how to process it. I don't know how to process it. Holy shit. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Emergency birthday pun. Did you know that some trees are committed to only one romantic relationship at the time? They practice mahogany. Happy birthday.
Emergency pun has been received. Aspects also nice. Oh, all of you, thank you. This week has been scary. It has been scary for a number of reasons. And the biggest one is because it's on me to keep this little household going, you know? Going down sick for a week means bad. Been stuck in bed by myself for most of it has not been fun in the slightest. And so what have you got? Like, bad TV to distract from freaking out. And then you lot are like, you know what? Let's just destroy Will. Let's just mission accomplished. Thank you. I just You'd think I'd be used to it, Sparky, but I'm still not. Still not. Thank you.
Good news, I finally managed to get into Darkest Dungeon.
Sorry. It looks like I'm crawling at fucking Thrame playing Darkest Dungeon. Thrame, I'm very happy to hear that. Alright, instead of destroying me real time, how have you all been? It's been a whole fucking week. I've missed you all. Tell me your tales. I mean, getting it, it's... God, it's been pretty much since Sunday, so I'm just kind of... Oh, let me tell you, friends, Sunday night was the worst. Like, that was the fever shiver shakes. That was a bad time. That was a very bad time. The one plus side about the worst day being the first day was at least I kind of got over that hump. Alright, Moose. Alright. Chatot quested for an hour to 3 shops to find a small bottle of milk. A true quest. A mighty quest.
Cats are great at birthdays. They're real pretty animals.
No, I'm sorry. I need to say another massive thank you because there's been so many huge things that you all have just done, and I'm still processing them. And like, yeah, with your powers combined, you have helped out more than you will ever know. Like,
I stayed up all night wondering where the sun went, then it dawned on me.
Keeping me on track with terrible jokes. Canberra, thank you for 44.
Yo, I heard this was a birthday. Provide me some birthing nerd Viking 64 big shot birth me baby. Birth me real good.
Why are you like this? I feel like... I think it's because Aperios is very professional in a lot of other aspects of their life. And it's like, in chat, must go gremlin feral. God, it's like having a jumped up gremlin just hanging out. Aperios, how are you doing, friend? I saw you were quoted in the Washington Post.
Now let's celebrate with some clam pound cake.
What a horrifying statement. Although, here's the thing, I don't have a sense, I can't taste things at the moment. So, all cakes would be the same cake to me. Sponge with a hint of sugar.
This is your birthday song. It isn't very long.
This song is as long as a Norscan summer. To the exquisite toaster, hello. I'm still just processing a lot of stuff that's just happened all at once. That's gonna be happening a lot today. Okay, well I'm slugging down water.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And trying not to just shake and cry. So Fearless, we definitely got a I was so close to getting my composure back.
Stop that incessant clicking.
The whiplash of humor to big things happening is very, very there. Bismarck and Richter and Dustin and Mega, everybody's just hello. And Fearless, we saw a dramatic duck. I hope I said thank you. And you're right, Jackie. I did not expect that. I expected a lot of things. Yes, in a sea of dramatic ducks, each one more dramatic and locks flowing than the last. Okay, so we saw a duck from Fearless and I did say thank you. Good. I'm not being a complete cretin. Holy shit! Whoever that spooky ghost was! That was a triple threat red hit. Which ironically is like the 3 bits of the Spanish Inquisition, which happened immediately after. Astute, you're 100% right. It is the Spanish Inquisition. And Strager, you're right. I still don't know what to say. Thank you. Oh, and Fearless, you don't need to say sorry. You're being a fucking legend. Hey, and Dustin, we've all been there, alright? Your company is exceptional, alright? Dustin, that's only our theme for Sea of Thieves. If today goes well, like if I'm able to stream and hang out with you lot, there, fingers crossed, touch wood, There should be a Sea of Thieves stream tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Touch wood. Two cops, two bells! Ding ding! Well, what I will say, chat out, is bits if you can. Like, if you're not in a region where they're stupidly marked up and stuff, they help out a whole bunch. God, I can't even explain the stuff and things. My brain is just jello. Okay, whoever that spooky person was, thank you. Stooge and Strager and Wolfcrad and all of you and Fearless, and it's just... It seems so dumb to say this now, but like I said, I spent a lot of this week being sad, alone, in bed, and freaking out. You know, worry if I'm gonna have enough cash to keep everybody fed. Worrying I'm gonna have enough cash if whatever strange, new, expensive thing that Amos needs. I lost flowers. I think the things from the P.O. box reached. These two things showed up today.
Oh well, if you insist.
On chat out, thank you. Yeah, Kisa, it's birthday mode! So, I don't know what these two things are, but I will crack them open. Thank you. Ooh. Well, Thraim, if you've got that kind of money, we'll just take it in. We'll just take it in food and rent money at this point. I'm gonna hang out with you and T-Pain. Sorry, I've been watching and rewatching Palm Springs.
Incessant clicking.
Welcome in, T-Pain. Biggs, that's real cool of you. Thank you. Okay. Yo!
Here's money for the keep will in bed, but not in that way. Get your head out of the gutters funds.
That's a very specific naming convention. And a lot of money. So thank you. Yeah. And Keith, yeah. Now I'm hanging with T-Pain. Also, Kisa, Akira, all of you. Thank you. Hello! I've missed you. Hi. I've not been good. But I'm here. I got a whole thing of water. I've eaten a whole lunch. I've got some coffee left. I'm doing good. I'm probably going to be quite incoherent for a little while today because holy shit. I'm sorry you've gone through it as well. It sucks. Yeah. Like, I'm vaxxed and boosted and everything, and it's been a shit show. This week was meant to be very different, friends. You all were going to get to hang out with Darren Kolb, and we were going to do like a thing today, and then we were all going to go to the dog bar, but I'm still indoors, and I'm going to be indoors for a fair few more days. But I just decided yesterday that I was just done with being sick and sad. Tried to play some games on the computer, the power kept tripping. Hooray. But no, I'm determined. Determined today I'm going to hang out with you all. Sorry, can you tell I'm all over the place today? Thank you. I'm going to open these. Although it is worth saying, I did get an absolutely not a birthday gift.
Can confirm Will has a great Twitter feed right now.
Why are you
Get
like
it,
this?
Will. Feed. Like eating. Eating on stream. Big Pog Big Bite Boys Kappa.
If you haven't seen it, Aperios is on a very strange quest to record me every time I've been eating on stream. And this has resulted in a gallery of pictures of my face. Which was very kindly posted to all of Twitter today. So I decided to just embrace it. But if you didn't see it, I got given this, which is an absolutely not a birthday gift. And it is a D20 that is an actual curled dragon. And it's got all these spindly bits on it. So you can roll it proper. And it's got a real kind of like D&D meets Bayolit kind of vibe, which I'm for. Yeah, it's a dragon. And
I just ordered enough clam chowder for a family of 6 according to Red Lobster. For myself. Just myself. The bun's getting cheesecake too.
Well, there we go. That balances out. And Shackle, sometimes it's important to be the found family you always wish you had. That is to say, being able to eat a family's worth of food by yourself. God. According to most frozen pizzas, I'm 2 families. Oh shit, the dragon attacks with 1d20 damage. How fucked am I? Alright, let's give this a roll. Oh! Thankfully, I rolled like shit, but on a damage take, so I only take 4 points of damage. And as a certified undead, I will not die. Okay, let's open these, and then... Okay, so let me tell you what I've got planned for today. I didn't expect any of this. I've just fucking missed you lot, so... I wanted to do stuff where I get to hang out and chat with you all. So I've got a little smorgasbord of stuff for today. Now, video game wise, I've got Rollerdrome, which I highly doubt you haven't seen. But if you haven't, it's what if Tony Hawk's with a gun? You play a cool lass on roller skates who has to shoot people in the face, Tony Hawk style. Like, what's not to like? I got Dismantle, because it seemed like a nice, slow-paced, like, you know, survive the zombocalypse, but like cute buildy style. Hey. J-Post, thank you. But there's also a little game I've wanted to play with you all for a while called Cloud Climber, which is just an arty, tower above the skies type thing, and it's fucking cool.
Stop that incessant clicking.
J-Post's on a hunt! J-Post's on a hunt! Ah, Tony Desert Eagle. Honest, that's way better. However, there is one game that I would like to use my birthday powers to bully you all into joining me for.
Character concept. Goblin artificer that throws explosive polyhedras. Screaming roll for damage. Biatch.
I think that would work. Excuse me, friends. I'm so sorry. And I'm still kind of processing the massive amount of stuff. Like, fucking all of you, thank you. Thank you. But I am going to use my birthday powers to bully you all. And I want to bully you all into playing a game with me. The game is Blight of the Immortals. This is from the same team that did Neptune's Pride, except it is a co-op game. So I'm going to be hosting up a game of this at some point today, and we have a maximum of 12 slots for a big game. But yeah, this is a slow but real-time co-op game. You can play on Steam, you can play on your Mobily. It's a one-client setup. The goal is we're all kind of typical fantasy races trying to fight back against an almost unending horde of the undead. Either we win or we all get wiped out. That's it. That's the game. I've been thinking of games like this, and while I really enjoy Subterfuge is a game about betrayal and bastardry, and I'm not feeling that right now. You know, I don't get to see you lot enough as it is, and on the little times I get to play games with you all, and I'm not feeling the backstabbings. You know. Honestly, if I didn't have this fucking cough, I'd say let's play Unfortunate Specimen today. But I don't want to give myself away on hot mic. Wow, where's Will? I swore I heard him around here. Cough, cough, cough. Will, you're in the closet, aren't you? No. Dies. Yeah, Orchazini, it's a super light client game. So yeah, so that's what I want to do with the day. I've got loads of weird little games and stuff I'd love to play and hang out with you all on. I mean, worst case, we can just go shoot Hitler in the nads. That's also an option. You know, it's my birthday, so I wanted to indulge on a bunch of stuff and things. And alleged what, ho friend? Hello, hello. Streams like it's free and it loads under a minute. What's not to like? I mean, again, the game is real time but slow. So the idea is you pick it up, you sign up for the game, and then it takes place over the course of either like 2 to 3 days to about a week. So like sending an army from one place to one place takes hours, sometimes days. If you haven't played Neptune's Pride or Subterfuge, that's kind of the long and short of it. Move troops around, send resources to friends, or leave them to their fate to protect yourself. Also valid. But well, so Chatter, the reason why it's got the mixed reviews on Steam is people are kind of grumbly because the way it works. The way it works is that you can download it for free, but if you want to host games of multiplayer, like private matches, you have to pay. And so if you look at a lot of the reviews that are negative on Steam, they mostly take umbrage with the fact that you have to pay for a premium membership to make games. So it's kind of, again, same as it was for Subterfuge, same as it is for Neptune's Pride. Excuse me. Yeah, chat up, and that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I decided to spend $6 whole for us to be able to play this game private. I know, I'm busting out the bank here. Well, Immortal N, you know I'm not good at helping people control their gaming too much, so... Okay, sorry, and friends, forgive me if I'm a little slow on responding to messages and stuff in chat. I'm really happy to see you all. I'm incredibly overwhelmed. Like... There's a certain kind of just dejected fear that you get when you get notices for bills in the mail while you're too sick to do anything about it. And I'm not... It seems dumb to say now, but I was freaking out a lot. And then you all were like, surprise! Because friends, you know I don't spend money on stuff. I have all the Gundams that will last me until November of 2023.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What do you lose when you remember you are playing it?
Oh, it's that game with the ball that goes back and forward. The meditation. I always forget the name of it. It was on an Omegathon. Oh, sorry. Got distracted. Oh no! Stooge, no!
Public service announcement.
Interrupted by
6.2 for Final Fantasy XIV. Yes, the critically acclaimed MMO comes out Tuesday, including the new Island Sanctuary feature. Please all.
And to continue, if we do not see Shackle again, remember them as they were. We shall. We shall. Oh. Numptimus Maximus. I'll take it. Favor 6 and Stooge, I can't believe you've done this. Yes, I have lost the game. This is criminal. Hey, Artie Poe, I'm like, thank you for the wishes. It's real good to see you. You gotta get some more of your doodles going. There's a distinct lack of more artsy Poe art on this one-day sleeve. Oh. Shit, I was gonna say something about Final Fantasy and I lost it. Oh, if any of you have been thinking about playing Death Stranding, but haven't been able to afford it, it's on Game Pass right now. And Death Stranding's possibly, like, along with, like, Deathloop, Control, and I guess Sea of Thieves has been one of my favourite AAA games that we've had in so long. It's still one of the freshest games in that space. Hey Fred, how's it going? I feel like I haven't seen you in 1,000 years. See, Strager, your secret was timing. Wolfcrad destroyed me and claimed the Yalden before I even pushed go live. But with Wolfcrad's powerful start, drew a target on a mighty Yalden. No, and Favor 6, I completely understand. Like, MechWarrior 5 plus the DLCs for 25 quid. Like, at that point, it's not even a choice for you. Like, you've basically been press ganged into it. Okay. I got 2 thingies to open, and then I'll make up the Blight of the Immortals game. Oh, so Fred, you might want to get in on this. We'll have 12 slots. Because I don't know how long it takes us to build the lobby and get things going, but we're going to be playing Blight of the Immortals. Top-down, board gamey type
Reactor
thing.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I wanted to write something smart.
You basically put my little brain in a loop there, Marshall Reyes, so well done. And thank you for 41 months. How are you doing? I've missed you all! And I know that's real whingy of me to say, but I've come so used to getting to see you all on the regular that when I don't, I'm like, ooh, it's not fair. That's why me and Amos get on so well. We both whinge when we're not allowed to hang out with people. I'm probably where you learned it from. But yeah, so Fred, the game I just dropped in chat. Oh, you're still on business hours, okay. Well, I don't know how the lobby system works, like if we set it up and then once it's full I push go, but we'll find out today. But I'm going to open these things. Please, yeah, Fred. strength. I've got no strength in my arms. Like less than usual. But there we go. Sorry, I forget what I was saying. Nope, it's gone. God. I mean, alleged, we could certainly organise a Viking raid. God, imagine having enough money that you have to consider buying a vineyard. Imagine that. You don't just have money, you have vineyard money. Okay, opening the packages. First one. Here's the whole thing. Alright, and this one's from... Don't know. But it should be interesting. I would also say, this is the least number of sharks that I have encountered on a birthday. I mean, the winner is still the GameWorks birthday. Everyone snuck in early just to decorate the stream booth. Okay. So let's see what this is. So this is a pair of socks fox. So I've got foxes for sockses. They look very cute. I've got sockses for my foodies, and the foodies got foxes. So they're the best of sockses. And also, you know what? This is what I get for running my mouth. This is what I get for running my mouth. I can hear Asari laughing. I can hear Asari laughing from here. Oh look, it comes in 2 flavors! Oh, come on! Wait, no, that's a whale. Alright. Alright, whale, you get a pass. Ah, yes, and the most terrifying of undersea creatures. The big-feeted salmon! This looks like somebody's fetish. This looks like somebody's fetish. And this looks like a Floridian nightmare. I love it. And just in case, tiny crawfish. So that is 2 sharks. We are at 2 sharks. This is what I get for running my mouth. You know, and sorry, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to forget about it, right? Because I never throw away anything that you lot send. I keep everything. And what's going to happen is I'm going to be in a rush one day, and I'm going to go through the sock drawer, and there will be nothing but those 2 pairs of socks just staring back at me, just knowing. It won't be like a jump scare, but they'll know. They'll know that I'm in a weakened state. Sorry. You terror. Thank you. Ah! Well, it's 3 sharks now. I do have the other pair of shark socks. Okay. Oh, I sound so healthy. I will say, I do feel better than I did, especially earlier in the week. It's been... I've watched so much shit TV, friends. Like, you don't even know. I watched the Tekken anime last night. There's only 6 episodes. Thank fuck. And it's so bad. Well, so Favor 6, I saw that as well, that the launch date for Dead Island might have leaked via Amazon. So we might have gotten that early. Ooh! Okay, Lost Flowers, this might be yours. This one's from Fan Gamer Mailroom. That's where they keep the mails. They have to be contained in a special area. Not a lot of people know that. Fucking yo! Fucking wee! I'm trying! Hang on, let me get some water. So it's a Monster Hunter hoodie! It's Batman! It's Batman. Now, Batman has a special place in my heart, because for those who don't know, this was the signature monster for Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, which is when I started. And, look at the little jangles! Hang on, let me see if I can get it just right. Look at the jangles. Jangly, jangly. Well, let me try it on. It's not too warm in here just yet. Oh, it's got thumb holes! That means it's twice as cool! Yeah, look at this! Big cuddly hoodie. This is spot on. Lost Flowers, this is super kind of you, thank you. Let me put these nice and safe over here. Make sure they're out of being stolen reach or being consumed by Amos reach. Oh, that's super fucking cool of you. Thank you. Like I said, sorry. Those socks are gonna ambush me. Thank you all. Just thank you. Alright? Like I said, being stuck on my own for 5 days has sucked a lot. It's just good to be back and see you all, you know? I did say to local friendos, like, please no gifts this year. But mostly because I haven't been able to get anybody else gifts. I didn't want people to do a thing because I haven't been able to do that, and I don't know when I'm going to be able to again. But oh yeah, Shackle, I'm still proud of the Longship hoodie too. The merch thing all kind of fizzled because it was the one thing the new peeps couldn't do was black hoodies with the Longship stuff, and I was like, no! And they gave us a really, really good prototype, like a super nice hoodie, and then nothing.
Stealth joke. I was trying desperately to figure out whether I wanted to get Chinese or Japanese food this evening. It ended up being a tie.
Bravo, Pun Spectre. Bravo! Wait, and Fearless, you've been making those, like, proper. And thank you. Sorry. Clever big words are very difficult today. Mario, you're very loud right now. You're at like a 12. But again, friends, I'm just happy to see you all. Alright? Focusing on the positive, focusing on the good. Like, holy shit, thank you all. I eat. Thank you. Yeah. Clever big words, not today. Boof. Look, I even remembered to tweet. I just forgot to push the button for like an hour. Hey, and Fearless, that's all feck and cool. But again, so friends, I don't think I got to half of them. How are you all doing? What have you been playing? What have you been up to? I have missed you lot. The only thing I did of note was I finished Zone Patrol on Attica. And again, sorry if you've had to hear this, but that game is one of the best shooters I've played in so long. It's just esoteric enough that it feels like a new world, a new place to explore. And it really gives you this sense of being... Well, I need a better term than stalker, because some friends have actually had to deal with stalkers. Those aren't fun. They're bad. But the video game series Stalker, it feels the most like that. It has its own weird and strange logic, and once you learn it and you learn the world, it feels amazing. So yeah, if you need a properly good open world game, I cannot recommend Attica enough. I played a bit of the campaign. It's interesting. It plays great fun. It kind of plays like, what if you got the gravity gun from the start of Half-Life 2? Which is fun. But it's the Zone Patrol where it shines. Like, solving the puzzles myself and working the world out by myself. Because it's just brutal enough to make you pause. But you never really lose progress. If you get killed, you just start again from the last loading screen you went through. So jumping back in, so Immortal End's been jamming on Arcade Paradise. I played that as well. Bismarck's been on Splatoon, watching the Tour de France. They have Splatoon on the Tour de France? Mega Boss, that sounds lovely. A little tiny feedy pond. And Sparky, like, thank you for coming by. I'm sorry I've just been incoherent and everything. I wasn't expecting anything, and then a lot of everything. So, yo. Marsha Ray found out there's a mod that lets you play Nosgoth. Nice. We were talking about that the other day. It was a fascinating conversation of like, would Nosgoth have done better or worse if it had been its own standalone project and not a Legacy of Kain thing? It's one of those no right answers. I mean, I would have liked to have seen Nosgoth do better, and if we see the same thing we've seen with Evolve, that would be fucking grand. Tuna Espana. Bismarck, I don't know what that is, but I hope you're having a good time. Catastros has been picking up the Witcher games again. Like, I think at this point, Catastros, I think you're allowed to just play Witcher 3. Holy shit! Holy shit!
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Okay. Brace yourself for incessant clicking, my friends. Some lovely, completely anonymous individual decided that House Carl needed to be given a run for its money.
Stop that incessant.
I just gifted out 20 subs, which was... this was your 20 pull. You got God Beer Man, Dio Thor, Rickja, Keitlish Lamesh, DM Raw,
That incessant clicking.
C Sluggin, Mechanoel, Torcuno, Tankman, It's DX Man, Averick, Twizlight, 2 Chrome, Dairyu? Definitely hurts. Book, Eshneld? Probably butchered that one. Rats off Toyo. Rats off Toyo? Alright, that one's way over my head. And Regina Viper.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Rapid fire.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Just whoever that was, just thank you.
Stop that incessant clicking.
So Alleged Band's been on the Skull and Bones beta, way cool. Exquisite Toaster finished Rainworld. Now, Exquisite Toaster, which slug cat did you finish it with? Because there's at least 2 you need to do to get all of the story / experience. Depending on how much you want to put in.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yeah, J-Post, it looks like the Ghost doesn't get the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it gets the old style one, which I'll have to have a look at.
Stop that incessant
Okay.
clicking.
You did survive, but you're working on Hunter. Good. Good.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And Crux, what, oh friend? Hello, hello. Oh. Now, Faber 6,
Stop that incessant clicking.
I wouldn't be against that. There was a Half-Life Team Fortress 2 mod that was... that was Werewolves versus Vampires. Based on one of the, the Underworld movies.
Incessant clicking.
And that slapped. I do feel John Carpenter's Vampires is probably locked up in some sort of IP hell. Like a lot of those early horror films are in a real mess.
Incessant clicking.
I mean, you all know the whole thing that happened with like the Friday the 13th license, where the people who licensed the video game may not actually have had the legal ability to license it off.
Incessant clicking.
But I do think the regular people hunting vampires thing is definitely underappreciated. We've got what is it? Blood Rain? No, that's killing Nazis.
Clicking.
Rainblood? Rainfield. Blood World. The one made by Deathloop Peoples.
Stop that incessant clicking.
But like aside from that, then again, I'm someone who enjoyed Vampire Reign. It's not okay. Vampire Reign is not a good game.
That incessant clicking.
But I tell you, in a world full of like you know, shooty gunbang people, like, dare to be the one where vampires are actually scary.
Train? Birthday party train?
I mean, I think that's up to you lot and the train schedule. Sorry, thank you. On top of everything today. I don't know how to process all this! One of these days, friends, we'll get the 360 set up, and I'm going to take you on a tour of some weird games.
All systems nominal.
What hope?
I do have lozenges as well, which I might start equipping in a little bit. But I've got the music down, so I'm trying not to push my voice too hard. Fearless has been playing a game called Farthest Frontier, a medieval city builder survival managing type game. Oh yeah, I saw that one. God, it was compared to the other like.
Clicking.
Oh, spooky ghosts are at it again. So Crux, thank you for 14 months, you legend. Favor 6, gifting a sub to.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Is that one Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? Or is that all of them? Do they share a Twitch account? I don't know. Mike One Cox. Can't get rid of that guy. Jackie gifting us up to the French Inquisition. Those aren't
This
real.
birthday ad has been brought to you by Jerry's, the cereal that fights back against you eating it.
The only teeth strong enough to eat other teeth. Alright, Red Burning Dragon. Alright. You're making a sick person dab. You feel good about this? Also 69 people. Nice. 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 And Akira Zero on top of what you already chucked in a whole bunch. Thank you. Shit. Apparently, I didn't actually expect the French Inquisition, and Stooge and Puns wish not to see dabs. I shall let any of the mod team decide how this resolves. I don't know what negative dabbagery can be. As the pro and anti-dab teams descend into battle. I don't think a negative dab is a dab. Well, Red Burning Dragon, I'm feeling much better than I have. Like, I won't lie, this week has sucked. Like, even vaccinated and boosted and stuff, like, this shit still sucks. Like, I do not wish this on any of you lot. Bacon, it's so bad. It's so bad. And the thing is, if any of you watch the new Tekken anime, they have this technique on every character where they light them like a square. But it's always like that. So it's always like the light is just above them, but sort of, but not. Like, even when they rotate, the square lighting on their faces stays in exactly the same place. So they're always in shadow. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. Plus, it's garbage. It's really bad. It does seem to pay attention to actual Tekken moves, which was kind of cool. There's going to be another live-action Full Metal Alchemist movie for some reason. That's going to happen. It just gets worse. Oh, sorry for zoning there, friends. Oh. Anyway, how are you all doing? Beck Legends.
I heard bits counteract shit circumstances. Here, have some.
They certainly make them less terrible. Thank you. Holy shit, you lot have done so much in just a day! I don't know how to process this. Oh yeah, so friends, there was a live-action Full Metal Alchemist film. It's bad. It's very bad. It's bad. They're making a sequel because reasons. But Wolfgrad, I will say, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is basically the whole of the manga series in one run, and it's very, very good. I think it's still voted like one of the top animes. Yo! I am trying to hold my composure together and I am not doing good. Compliment Cap just sent through a copy of Baldur's Gate 3 just as a gift. Thank you. Video games are a good way of avoiding processing stuff, that is true. Except for yesterday, every time I tried to get into something, the power would trip, and I'd just be left there sitting in the dark, mouse in one hand, keyboard in the other, just...
A piece of string walks into a bar and walks up to the counter. The bartender says, "Sorry mate, we don't serve pieces of string in here, get lost." Upset, the piece of string walks out the door.
Sudden thought strikes him. Ties himself up into a knot, messes up his hair. He walks back into the bar and approaches the counter. The bartender says, "Oi! Aren't you that piece of string from earlier?" "Nah, mate," says the piece of string. "I'm afraid not." Afraid not. And Chatot, there's no contest, there's no best present. I was specific, like I said, I haven't gotten people gifts for their birthdays this year. And I got half of everybody's Christmas gifts in. And then, I mean, you were all there for Shark Week, you know how Christmas went. So, it's not a contest, alright? I keep everything that you lot send in, alright? I haven't found exactly where it's going yet, but I've still got the little Monk Slugcat sticker. It's waiting for a perfect little home. Looking around my desk. The knife from Subnautica. This was a really cool gift. Plus it spins. God. The accursed baby shark. That was a gift from Tuna. I keep all the stuff that you lot send. And all. Well, One thing I had considered for today, and I was talking about this before I got sick, was we were going to play some Unreal Tournament. But to be perfectly honest, I do not have the reaction speed for it. Even for something as dopey and daft as Two Worlds. Is it facing Two Worlds? I always forget. Kindball! What, ho friend? Hello, hello. Oh, okay. Hello, drunk. I'm Will. It's nice to see you. So Kindball, you have reminded me. So friends, the Spooky Gundam contest is a go. I don't have a day for it. We definitely have Jamal coming back in to judge your Gundams. Our Spooky judge is a maybe, as they are very busy during Spooky Month.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Sorry, I don't know why. I think I'm just my plague-addled brain. All the little dashes after nudity, for some reason they were just going. It just made me laugh. That's how clever I am. Okay. I mean, Wolfcrad, you're not wrong, friend. You're not wrong. It has been a little party. So chat up. I'll do a proper announcement hopefully next week once I'm feeling better, because I haven't locked in the day. Like, I don't know when Halloween is, and ours will probably be like the weekend before. But the goal is this. Make a spooky Gundam. It can be based on... I'd recommend to choose horror films. Or horror games that are very notable, and we'll be doing something similar to G3. The difference is you are allowed to pick whatever you want. Alright, so Halloween is right at the end of the month, so I'll work out when we would be doing our thing. Bearing in mind it will be a similar setup to last time, so it'll be kind of a knockout. And it'll be one person judging you on your Gundam and your build, and one person judging you on your spoopiness. And in the event of a tiebreaker, hey, Mega Boss, if you're making an Oogie Boogie, like if you're crafting that thing from green stuff, go for it. I am recommending once again. Where's the little stunt Gundam? All right, try and aim for 144, like action figure sized. That way, nobody feels like they have to buy big, expensive, like 1/100 kits. Like, if you want to go ham, go ham. And Chatter, I didn't realise that Last Call BBS was out of early access. And I considered playing that with you all today, but I was a little worried that I might end up like ignoring you all and just be like tiny airbrushing a Gundam and then completely forget that we're live. Wolfgrad says 144 is also good as the first Gundam they found. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind telling you lot what I'm doing. So I'm going to do Ash from the Evil Dead. So I'm just sourcing a chainsaw to paint up all nice and red. And then go from there. I haven't decided if I'm going to use one of the pre-existing stunt kits, because I don't feel like the Gundam face works. but I'm also not sure if the Zaku does. But the Zaku, I feel like I can kind of add more of a noticeable scar on it. And Chato, if you want to do it. And Stu, you're right, I can't forget the boomstick. I'm still a little stuck on the boomstick design. Okay, sorry. You know what? It's my birthday! I'm allowed to nerd out with you all. Alright, so. There is a company in Japan called Tommy Tech. Or is it Toy Tech? Hang on. Sorry, you're going to get like a blaster white. Check my my product stalking list. Sometimes friends, like on weekends when I don't know what to do with myself, I just go on sites and I make like, usually it's more like gifts for other people lists than anything else. But then any like weird stuff that I find, I'm like, I need to remember that. Where are you? Alright, so it is Tommy Tech, but Tomy Tech. They're a toy company out of Japan, and they make initially model train stuff, which is why I found out about them. And they make model train stuff that's perfectly to scale when it comes to Gundams. But they have weird shit. And their weird shit is a series called Little Armory. And it's collectible anime girls with hyper-realistic gun models, all to scale. And it's a lot. It's a lot. And the amount of like add-ons and accessories you can buy for these tiny little guns is frankly redonkulous. But I mean, is what it is. Is what it is. The great thing again is that those are to Gundam scale. So I've been trying to find a double barrel shotgun, a boomstick, to go with my Gundam. That's my plan. I'm gonna put on Sonic, have him cover my coffin. I really like the Sonic album. Hey, Mega Boss, sleep well. Real good to see you, Yaro. Moose says, I wonder how many Gundams I could stitch together in a single build. Oh, do you mean like... Oh, fuck, I wonder how many leftover hands I've got. Oh, no, I've just had a horrible idea. Alright, well, I know what I'm going to do if I can't find all the pieces for Ash. How many of you have watched the Oats shorts? It was Oats is like Neil Blomkamp's like concept company. Concept idea factory thing. All right, it's a bunch of short films, varying budgets, varying processes, and they're genuinely inspired. A lot of them are quite horror themed, so like don't watch them by yourself 2 minutes before you're gonna go to bed. I think they're on Notflix as well, but you can just watch them on YouTube. Just search, you know, Oats sci-fi. Some of them are like a couple minutes long. One of them I think was done in Source Filmmaker. But then there's another that has like, you know, high-tier actors and shit like that. It's real cool. It's real cool. But one of them is a horror short about like an amalgamation type monster. And I just realised, what do I have crap loads of? Leftover pieces of Gundams. What do I have a stupid amount of? Gundam hands. Do I have enough to build like a horrific, like, hands mech? What would that even look like? Hungry for hands. Wolfrad, so for Halo Gun Weendom, that's a mouthful. What were we saying? I want to do more with the environment because I love the Stanley Parable one from last time. Yeah. See, that's where I think I'm going to fall down. I don't think I've got enough time to do like cool backing for it as well. Kaiba made their Gundam a hook hand? Oh, that's fucking cool. Yeah, Wolfgrad hand mech sounds like the stuff of nightmares, if I can do it. Now, if I had free time and more money, the one I'd love to do is, like, Devil Gundam, but actual, like, Akira, like, biomechanical horror mouth Devil Gundam. Not... The Devil Gundam kit is just not good. Like, I made it, I enjoyed it, I don't hate it, but, you know, it was a quick little kind of, like, half an hour build for something that should be a giant, huge monstrosity. At Wolfgrad, like, a Frankenstein Gundam's completely legit. You might want to do, like, a bit of a spray paint on it, just to give it that.
That mech sounds handy to have around.
What you did there. I saw it. And sadly, Jackie, Bloodlines 2 is not out. Okay, Dracula Gundam could be hilarious, and there's quite a few that would fit the theme real well. Jackie was like, what about Taco Gundam? I mean, you could do, like, the person who half-assed their costume awkwardly.
Might be a little heavy-handed.
You think, Vanderbeest? Do you think? As opposed to that pun, which was entirely correct. Use the hands as leaves on a tree and then call it a palm tree. Still horrifying. Still horrifying. But yeah, if the last tournament has taught us anything, it's that it's better to try and aim for something that's recognizable. Has it been long since the last time? I don't know. I haven't recovered from the last one. All right. Well, hang on. So Akira Zero, when is Chainsaw Man the Animu dropping? Because that could be viable. That's a very fiddly paint job. Okay. Sorry, you're gonna have to bear with me just a second. Okay. For not Blade of the Immortal, that's the cool Animu. Sorry, Tunes, please continue. Sorry, bear with me, this will all make sense in a sec. Boof. Boof. Yes. Alright. So, friends. The game has not begun. I don't think. Okay. Okay, I think I've done it.
Let's go crazy.
Favor 6. I mean, if you want company, you've got us. Hello. Sorry. I made it work, I think. So, if any of you want to join in for this Blade of the Immortals, fuck me running, Blight of the Immortals game that I've been nattering on about, I think I have it posted. It's a free game. The details are in Arcade in Discord. And I think we got 12 slots. I think that's the stuff. Okay. So it says the game has not yet started, so it should still be. Okay. Sorry for being all over the place, friends. Yeah, Saban, I've done it. Kicked it off. It has begun. This doesn't update in real time. And yeah, chatter, this whole Sonic album absolutely slaps. Friendos, I just need to take a quick break. I'm going to get some lozenges and have a quick pee and just try and get my brain back in gear. There are 12 slots. You are all cordially invited. And sorry, I'm glad to hear the canvas and stuff is going cool. And yeah, I have no idea how we get started or what gets going or what have you. I'm very confused. Probably should have had someone else handle this. Okay, I see Akira Zero's in, Jackie's in, Punspector's in, Len's in, Chano, Thrame, Caffeine. So that means we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. It's filled up fast. I'm going to take a quick little break, friends. I'll be back in just a second. Sorry, I'm so all over the place. Congratulations, you have overwhelmed one little ginger. Thank you. And we're not going to be playing this direct, at least, like, this isn't what we're going to be playing on stream. But I'm just, it's over here while it slowly kind of fills together. Yeah, chat up, learning to play Psh, that's for nerds. We're doing this high speed real time. Heckin' Wii. But no, I just need to get my shit together, and I will be back with you all in just a second. Just thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you're all right. The ambient whooshing of the zombie game doesn't mix with the beepity boopity Sonic tunes. I got these. Yeah, I'm kicking it off today. I will say, friends, this will be the most sober I've been for my birthday in a very long time. This week does totally feel like that whole, you know, take breaks so your body will take them for you. A little, at least. So how we looking? Alright, so we still got 4 slots. We're going to bully 4 people into coming to join us. Why is mine slow to refresh? Sorry, Hey, Marsha Rhea, lovely to see you. Don't be a stranger. Hey, Wolfgrad, I've never played this before. I've played similar games. See, it smells like nothing.
If you don't schedule downtime for your equipment maintenance, your equipment will do it for you.
Yes. But that's what kind of like, not last weekend, but the weekend prior was. I just crashed. Okay, there we go. That should help a little bit with talking. And it's also worth saying, like, friends, if you don't get in today, if we enjoy this, we'll play it again. Or if you want to spend $6, get premium, play, set up another game with peeps. Snaps. I mean, I can't taste them, so it's just solid, no cough in my face. No, friends, if you are based out of the UK, the orange lozenge you can get are world class. There is nothing comparable in the US that's nearly as good. Oh, Stavron Gamer. Hello, it's still not a cult. But now I've got a lozenge in my face, so I can talk more. Half a char. You're staying boring. Actually, I'm trying to remember which... God, it's been so long, Kyle, I'm trying to remember which kind. I'm trying to remember if it was the Soothers, but it was the orange ones that were feckin' grand. Yeah, and Volcanor. Fisherman's Friend is the nuclear option. Although I will say, the soft center of this has a horrible texture. Ooh. Tell you that my sinuses are awake. And again, to those of you just joining in for Blight of the Immortals, this game will be going for the week. Like, this is not something we're just going to play for the afternoon and be done. There's a Steam client, there's a Mobile client, it all works the same. Chances are we're going to get wrecked by legions of the undead and have a bloody good time getting there. Yeah, Wolfgrad, that's the hook on this. This could take 3 or 4 days, it could take a week. Everything is very much like Neptune's Pride or Subterfuge, but co-op instead of versus. That's the reason I wanted to play this so badly with you all. Okay, according to my screen, we've still got 4 open slots. It doesn't update in real time, but it should update a little bit faster. Sorry, like I said, I'm basically using my birthday to bully people into playing video games. set up? Oh wow, that filled out completely. Alright. Alright, the lineup is Akira Zero, Jackie Fox, XT Johnny XP, Fire Strager, myself, Puns, Orchazini, Immortal, Len, Chatot, Trayman, Caffeine. Ah, see? Pun Spectre, thank you. Oh. Lozenge relief my arse. Okay, so, quick show of hands. How many people wanted to get in, but weren't able to? Hang on, I'll show you the I'll show you the game board as it appears. So, guess where am I? Ah, this is me down here. Poet Orchards. Can I rename this? Honor.
You're not a vampire. Tell your lungs there's no room for coughing.
I like it. So I guess this is just me down here, hanging out with... Who's this? Hanging out with Puns on one side and a shit ton of zombies over there. Alright. I don't know, friends, if it's time for piss taking, but I'm heading to the roasted pond. Claim for 1 valor. I really want to be able to name these. So Vulcanor was trying to get in, Stammering was trying to get in, I think Tasty was as well. Because what we can do is you can create a game to varying sizes. So if you want to sound off in arcade, if one of you doesn't mind like picking up the premium, you can host another game. You guys are gonna go. Actually, I wonder. Deploy. Alright, so I can only deploy it where I'm at. Alright, you kids. Let's go get Yellowland. See, it's going to take them 4 hours to get from here to there. Boof. A mighty general! A Gnostic mage. Yeah, I'm the party mage. Now I can move him over here. Because what's the point of having a mage if he's not hanging out at some stoner's pond? So Biggs, it looks like we filled up all 12 slots very quickly. I just didn't work out how to refresh. So... I really want to be able to rename these towns, though. Train some more dudes. Training dudes. Okay. And see, friends, that's all I can do, apart from send messages to everybody else. Down Under Dwarf, have a lovely rest of your day. Oh, look, I am actually talking better. This is good. Like, thank you for coming by. Absolutely trying to figure out how I can rename this town. It's going to take 6 hours to train my peoples. Alright. So down here, there's me and Puns, just hanging out. Spider's Valley, I'm sure that's fine. Oh, do I not know who's who? Oh wait, no I do. So who have we got over here? Wolfcrad, heading up the Orcish hordes. Orchazini for the goblins? Of the Ice Tinkle clan. Didn't get to choose our own names. It's fine. I feel like Akira Zero is in a bad place there, but then I've not played nearly enough to know. Oh, Jackie's, we've got the dwarves up in the corner. I can practically hear Diggy Diggy Hole emanating from the north. XD Johnny XP with another Orcish fortress. Who's this? Firestrager with the Troll fortress. I think the trolls are doing... Oh, no. I was like, you know what? I'm sure the trolls are doing good. The trolls are fine. And then I look down and I'm like, hey kids, what's up? Want to see a dead body? Want to see a few hundred dead bodies? No! Thraim's got a really defendable position there. Let's go make friends with Thraim as quickly as possible. This map is huge. Oh, Strager, I'm sure you'll be fine. 3,000 power, that's not a lot, right? Right. Oh. So yeah. Thraim's like, it takes me 2 days to travel to all my settlements. Ah, you'll be fine. I'm just going to claim this little area here. You know, might see if I can... Oh, there's 3,000 bats just hanging out here. Sorry, my mistake. 473 undead goblins. My mistake. My math was off. And so, Chatter, I don't really know a good way to describe these kind of games because it's simultaneous turn-based. But we all get to play at the same time, but the turns and the moves are so slow. Now, if any of you want a bit more backstabbing and a bit more... well, evil. There's a game on Mobley called Subterfuge, which is very, very good. We've played a lot of that beforehand, and it's been mixed bag. Sometimes it's been great, sometimes it's been a bit sad. But I wouldn't say I've ever hated it. The other one is called Neptune's Pride, which is the prequel to this game, and that is a friend ender. Games of that can go on for as long as like 2 weeks, with huge sweeping betrayals. So anyway, let me close that one because I've done all the turns I can for the next 4 hours. But yeah, if there's enough people that didn't get in that would like to play, like, that's what we've got Arcade for. Like, that's what the Discord is there for. Oh. Also, I just want to say one more round of thank yous. Just because I know... Like, I'm not batting for 100%. I'm not at full strength. But you all threw in so much. I still don't know how to process that. So I'm just letting you know that that's an ongoing thing. But now the game is afoot. Commander Animus, what ho friend? No, I don't mind talking about it. It's not a happy story, but it's nothing to do with Rocketworks. My mother got very sick while I was in New Zealand, and I got the call that she was moving into end-of-life care, and so I had to take, God, what was it, like 6 weeks out to go be there. And the thing is, when you're in a company which only has one person for community and marketing and PR and everything, like, being gone for 6 weeks is a huge thing. And the sad truth of it was when I came back, my heart just wasn't in it. So I resigned and I moved back to the UK. I was fishtailing as well. I kind of lied to myself a little bit and said that shit wasn't bothering me as bad as it was. So, but I didn't leave Rocketworks because of anything specific. There wasn't, like, I can understand if Rocketworks as an outfit doesn't like me because I was a disaster, but I don't, like, bear him any ill will, you know? So yeah, Commander Animus, like, that's the story. I'm real glad Station is shipped, and it seems the people who are playing it are having a great time with it, you know? I know nothing about Icarus. Like, Icarus wasn't even a blip while I was there. Or maybe it was and just nobody said something. I don't know. I don't know. And Jackie, you should get on there. As you may regret, should you not. Yeah, actually, Fearless, I'd never heard the term truck number, but I kind of like that. And thankfully, like, we were so early in production on a lot of things that my absence didn't kill anything, which I'm very happy about, but, like, a larger portion of the people at Rocketworks, don't believe in, or at least while I was there, didn't believe in, self-promotion or promoting one's games. Unfortunately, there were a lot of people there that were very much of the good games sell themselves philosophy, which, by the way, doesn't exist. Which is why I still get so artsy about it. And thankfully, like, Stationeers was like a slow burn of a title, but even so, like, we took that to trade shows, we showed it off, we talked to press, like. And when you're the only person in a team like that, success and failure of a title can completely depend on whether people know it exists. So, yeah. I also, like, when it came down to it, like, when shit was really bad, Dean was very, very good to me, and I'll never forget that, I called him up and I was like, hey, I've gotten the you have to come home call. And turns out, like, New Zealand's not great for bereavement leave. You only get like a few days. And I was like, but I've got to travel back to the UK. And he was like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So yeah. Stammering was like, I went to look up that company. Wondered why it was going on about stoves until I realised I spelt the name wrong. Yeah, it was I didn't choose the spelling.
It feels like the whole map will eventually be covered in a whole row of zombies. So I guess we have a deadline. Pride laugh.
No, this one feels interesting, Puns. Have you noticed that it feels more like Zambies in the middle? Stringer said they wouldn't have it as the hit by a bus issue. What's the term for when you don't put... We have to split your people on your flights? I know there's a formal term for that. Sorry, I must sound like I'm a raving lunatic. Basically, companies will vary how many key employees are on one flight at a time, just in case the plane goes down. I know, very, very bleak, but still makes me laugh. Yeah, I mean, Pun Spectre, is it called being isekai at this point? You know, if our key person gets isekai, what are we gonna do? But yeah, so Commander Animus, like, that's the story. Sorry, friends, for those who don't know, assuming I haven't gotten them mixed up. So Commander Animus is one of the first people to get really excited about Stationeers, which was a game I worked on. And it kind of evolved out of the Space Station 13 idea to kind of move past it. It's a hyper-realistic space sim game where you and friends build functioning spaceships and stations, try not to die. But it does everything from like gas pressure simulation to like working, functioning electrical systems, the whole shebang. Oh, I didn't know that. Johnny was saying that pilots aren't supposed to eat the same meals to ensure they don't all get ill or food poison. Huh, didn't know. So Strags is like, gets pulled into an isekai, comes back 5 years later. Tell me, did the project succeed? Did it deploy? Sophia's was saying Stationeers is still in early access, which makes sense. 5 years after going live, but yo!
From one guy who insists on tormenting with every research.
That's you!
What and happy birthday, oh great cult leader. And yes, it is a cult.
It's not a cult. It's not a cult. And we are going to be doing Cultist Simulator at some point, but... Oh, excuse me, friends. But I want to wait until Camille's back, because they did very kindly like gift us the game. Yeah, you're right. Cult of the Lamb, not Cultist Simulator. Cultist Simulator is bad, made by a shitty human. Cult of the Lamb is dope, and we'll be playing it later. Dumb. Thank you for the 25, dude. Like, I know today has been off the chain, but it all fucking helps us, so thank you. Aw. Hey, Commander Animus, like I said, it was lovely chatting with you. You were one of the first people to get really excited about Stationeers, and it was really cool just being like, nah, we're just going to make a video response because we can. You know what, Damien? Yeah, let's just call it Lamb Cult. If I could taste, I'd be like, damn, what lamb now? Damien, how are you doing, friend? So Immortal then, the lead guy behind Cultist Simulator did some very bad stuff in the industry and then took legal action against the people who said he did the bad. Even got one of the people in his studio to write a huge, long, this guy isn't bad, everyone else is wrong post. So yeah, we do not stan Cultist Sim. However, if you like the mechanics of Cultist Simulator and want a better guilt-free version, you need... Where is it? Islands... Stacklands. Like, get this game into your veins. This is Stacklands. I mean, it's made by Sockpop, which is as cruelty-free a developer as you can find. Nope, apparently it just gave you Stackle. No, you just get Stackle. There we go. And it's incredible. It will seem very, very basic at first. And then you will have... Wait, the link still worked? I need to sit down. Wait, I'm already sitting down. At this studio, we believe in cruelty-free, free-range devs. Add copy for someday in the near future. Yup. Huh, I didn't know that. Okay, so you know what, Damien, Marvels, despite having launched products on Steam, I never knew that. That anything after the app ID is just fluffy nonsense. Wait, let's test this. Let's see if that works. We're all testing it! Will has a sick face. Stacklands. I'm absolutely positively never going to abuse this in the future. Although I will say, like, the only Steam trick that I remember is that you can lie about the file type when it comes to images. That's how people are able to embed GIFs in Steam store pages. They've probably changed and updated it so that now you actually can just add a GIF. But back in the day, to get animated GIFs on your page, you just took a GIF and renamed it JPEG. That's it. I mean, just change the file name. Longship Adventures, what is it? It's Cult the Lamb. And that's the kind of stuff you expect to work for, like, HTML, like, homebrew websites, or, like, feckin'... I had a word and it's gone. Brilliant, cool, check me out. Chatter, is it really shilling if you're offering a free visual novel game? Is that really shilling? Oh, I'm so healthy. Yeah, I know, Bacon. I mean, yeah. Steam's whole setup is basically a glorified web page. And it's still the biggest platform there is, so... Excuse me, friends. Battling to cough. But yeah, so that's a game I recommend if you really enjoyed the mechanics of Cultist Sim and want something that's better. And Hindle, what ho friend? Hello, hello. Have you heard the tale of Dark Ages the Wise? Why isn't it a Star Wars game? Hey Damien, do you, because Felix was saying Steam's front end is a glorified webpage. I assume the back end is more complicated. Hey Damien, you want to talk about the back end of Steam? Or just... Ah! Okay, Varbles, that is absolutely... You lot are having way too much fun with this. Starfield super secret beta, do not check. So Varbles, I might do that for Damien's game like later in the week. It'd be like Starfield _ press alpha. Put that link up and see how far it goes. Damien's like, oh, we don't need to talk about Steam assets, please. No more than 104 by 69 small capsules. Yeah, that well-known file, that well-known image size. This game stole 140 hours of my life. For a second there, Chato, I thought the game was Idlemancer, not Idle Manager. Oh, Wolfcrad, we can link to so many GNOME games. Although that does beg the question, how many GNOME games are there on Steam? I've never looked. Okay, alright. The answer, lots. We've got Dark Gnome, Gnome Online, Gnome Lake, Gnome Tournament, Gnome Jigsaw, Bobby the Gnome, Gnome Light, Angry Gnome, Find the Gnome, 2, the Gnome Finder, Adventures of an Unlucky Gnome. Oh wait, is that it? Well, I guess if you count Tim 2, the Almighty Gnome. Gnome Punk? How the fuck is there a game called Gnome Punk and I'm just finding out about this? Okay, the gnomes just beat a fox to death. I don't like this game anymore. Gnome on the range. Sock Pop made a gnome game because of course they did. It was a good innings there stammering, but the exclamation tripped you up. Did Nomoria not make it to launch? God. I just assumed it was... Well, Damien, thank you for telling us on that one. It's fascinating with a lot of those, early... Forgive the pun, early access successes. This track always sneaks up on me and I never enjoy it. Yeah, it's interesting how many of those early successes of that formula, the Team Fortress, the Dwarf Fortress butt, how many of those got stuck in development hell? Or poor teams. I'm not dissing, I feel for them. Games like that require so much massive complexity, and then they end up... Basically, the dev takes longer than they're able to make money on it, putting them in this kind of impossible situation. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I think I'm holding on strong, friends. I think I'm holding on strong. I'm battling. I'm battling the after effects of this bollocks. But carrying on a conversation. Yeah, so Damien, you're so right. those kind of sim games are rough to make content for, let alone AI and pathfinding, because so much of what those games need is a crap load of stuff just behind the scenes to be able to facilitate new content. So often, those kind of games can go for a year without any perceivable updates from the users while the team is working tirelessly. Also, any procedural stuff. Like, unless that team has experience in, like, procedural generated content in their games beforehand, you know. Because, like, procedural generation is great for your game, right? It means that the game can do a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of, like, handcrafted content and stuff like that. But making those systems is hugely time consuming, and then to add more content to it later is infinitely more complicated. Hey, Chatot, if you're already doing it with your cardboard person, just aim for roughly action figure sized. And even if you don't enter the contest, you just made a friend. One whole friend. Yes. Well, I feel like it's a little better now because what's his face who did Spelunky did the great book on like the complexities of procedural generation stuff. But sometimes excuse me. Sometimes with those games that have a lot of procedural generation or are very, very, very systems heavy, just getting them to market, like getting them to a state in early access where people can play it is a huge undertaking. And then you start trying to add more content and you realize that you've built this Rube Goldberg machine of systems, and that to add a thing to it breaks the fuck out of everything. Unless your team is experienced with it and they know what they're doing. Just the process of creating something that is a playable, viable, minimal product can paint you into a corner that you then have to paint out of. And I don't know if you've ever tried to paint yourself out of a corner, friends. It is not fun. It's messy and time-consuming. And thank you, Tasty. I mean, I'm feeling better than I did midweek, that's for damn sure. And I do not look forward... I'm hoping I never have to repeat Sunday night again, because that sucked.
Wanted, a senior developer with 5 years experience in procedural gnome generation.
Right? No, Vanderbeest, to change it to be current, just from senior to junior, and you've nailed it right there. Was that too mean? Am I being mean? It's my birthday. It's my birthday, we're hanging out, we're chatting. I'm not lying in bed being sad, which is what I thought today was going to be. Alright. So, because it's my birthday, it means I get to be a selfish piece of Chumbawamba. Jevers! Hey!
Entry-level position, must have 10 years experience and at least 5 shipped games.
And Chrono, what ho friend? Hello, hello. Yeah. The birthday thing on the Discord was a bad time, but these things happen, and honestly, it wasn't that bad in the grand scheme of things. It was just... I was in such a dark fucking hole when that happened. I was just sad and dejected and a little broken. Anyway, Doesn't matter, hill of beans. So, I get to be selfish today. Sorry, my chortle was Chatot was like, wait, does 10 years of fecking around with RPG Maker in my bedroom count as experience? Damien's like, hey, made a career out of that. No, seriously, Chatot, if you're not familiar with Damien's games, go have a look, because they're genuinely inspiring. Friends, also, are you all following Zalavir on either Twitter or TikTok? Because you need to. Because my new favourite thing, and Damien, I cannot state how much this has been giving me strength while I have been sick as a dog, is Zalavir unraveling because of stuff Damien has made. So Damien's working on a game. Actually, what's the point in having a show if you can't shout about your friends' games? Damien, there we go. Friends, if you could click that link, that is Damien's upcoming game, Purgatory Dungeoneer, or its unofficial title, My Grandpa Died and All He Left Me Was This One Dungeon in Purgatory Filled with Nihilistic Adventurers. There are 400 possible residents and 100 different character classes. These include, like, Jester, Emomancer, and the Emomancer has basically been unraveling Zalavir in real time. Zalavir, the person who fucking tomb scrolled us. Like, the Ditizen of Denny's himself. The Chatot, the very same. In fact, it's Strange Scaffold that are publishing this next game that Damien is making. But friends, if you are not following Zalavir on Twitter or on TikTok, you need to, because you need to see the videos of him just losing his shit. Like, I think he was, one of the ones I saw through my vague fever state was Zalavir talking about the Jester, who makes jokes repeatedly, just like jokes that are so terrible they do your team damage, but also the other team increased damage. Wolfgrad was saying they weren't sure if the title and the Steam link was the real name. I assume that's what it would have been called in, like, that's the itch.io official name. We'll know that's the real name. So yeah. Like, on the one hand, you know, I don't wish any of my friends a difficult professional environment. I want everyone's development and publishing to be smooth sailing. However, Zalavir tomb scrolled us. And so far, aside from, like, maybe trip 4 and 5 to Denny's, Zalavir's pretty immune to damage. You can't get him with psychological damage. He's already there. And yet, Damien has managed this. And I'm living for it. I'm living for it. Okay, and Damien's giving us all the good shit. And Nene-chan. Birthday buddies! Birthday buddies! Apparently the Jester has skills like Vicious Joke, Divine Comedy, and Flexible Entertainment. And their final finishing move, Pun. But yeah, it's been giving me strength, Damien. It's been giving me strength. Well, so Pun Spectre, I was thinking, like, what's the ultimate attack for a Jester? And like I said, I watched the Tekken anime. You shouldn't. It's bad. Heihachi pulls out some fucking Sekiro tier bullshit. Friends, would you like to know what Heihachi Mishima's final attack is in the new Tekken anime? Would you like to know what final super technique the Mishima style of martial arts has? Would you like to know? It's a gun! It's a fucking handgun! You just... Woo! Cack! Cool! King of the Iron Fist tournament! Mishima wins again! I'm not even joking! Who gave the old guy a handgun? Charles like, no, it's amazing, I love it. Don't worry though, because of reasons, the bullet attack doesn't take, I'm assuming due to rollback netcode. That's the only part I was sad that I didn't do it as like a watch party, because I was not feeling good. I just wanted to... I kind of forced myself out of the bedroom the last couple days, because I don't do well when I'm sick, friends. I'm great, like, I can put off being sick for ages and the run up to it, but once it gets me, I'm a sad sack of shit. Like, I'm just a sad ginger potato just being all like... The other thing from the Tekken anime that struck me multiple times is how at one point Jin kicks a guy in the side of the knee a bit and just shatters the bones. But then people get thrown through fucking bricks and the bullshit that King does to people, their entire spinal column should be gravel. But then they're like, King, you have slammed me from like 7 stories up onto my spine. I am slightly wounded and shall pass out. It's like, nah, you dead! That's dead people! You're exceedingly dead! Fred's like, no, if you can pull off hair like Heihachi's, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Well, the thing is, Thrain, the knee breaker kick is the saddest kick in the whole show. And the other guy just goes, no, and just crumples over. Oh, and every time someone gets their arm grabbed and then twisted, all I could hear is the feckin' DBZ abridged, please don't break my arm. No. It's just... Okay, yes, Heihachi gets to do whatever he wants. One, he organised the tournament and bullshit is always on the cards. It's just... His final move is gun! Puns, it's nay worry. Oh. Hello, baby boy. What's up, Amos? You come to say hello? Thraim's like, are you jelly? Your final move isn't gun. No. Introducing the final secret Mishima technique of the Mishima School of Karate. It's this gun I found. I'm sorry, I just... When my father gave me these perfect lanterns, he smashed one to show how strong he was. I haven't done that yet, but I've bought a gun. Parry this, you casual. The fact that the ending wasn't Jin going, don't worry, I'll defeat Ogre using both schools of karate and this gun I stole from Heihachi. That should have been the ending.
I mean, imagine that happening in Yu-Gi-Oh! Get to near the end of a duel, Yugi's on the back foot, looks like he's about to lose, and just pulls out a Glock and shoots the guy on the other side of the
Just
arena.
blam! Can he do that? Yeah, he fought Cervantes in Soul Calibur 2, you're right, but only on the PlayStation. Found out how to hidden gun and went, I could do that. This martial art has been passed down from my family for generations. That's not a martial, that's an AK-47! Kapow? We'll fight this battle using the power of friendship and this gun that I found. Nene Chan, and happy birthday again. Birthday buddies! And yeah, you're right. Heihachi is an 80-year-old who can still do like aerial power bombs. There's also probably an entire wing of the Mishima building just dedicated to keeping him functioning. Okay, I love the fact that there's actually an edge case for this. So Ortrazini is saying that in the Yu-Gi-Oh thing, if you step out and kill the other player, the shadow games then kill you and resurrect the other person. Yeah. Oh God. Yo, I'd completely forgotten about Sir Roderick from Jade Empire until that moment. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, friends. I mean, and I do remember, like, the whole thing of Mitsurugi being so stubbornly determined to prove that sword beat gun. That now, was it Soul Calibur or was it Soul Edge where you had to like fight him? You had to try and fight the gun guy with your sword. Or am I thinking of, was that the ending to Bushido Blade? The game, not the film. God, I haven't seen the film in 1,000 years. My granddad worked on that. It's a very old movie. But, friends, if you haven't seen the new Tekken anime, which is out on Netflix, I mean, you're missing nothing. But if you want to heckle along, I do recommend it. They do this thing where every character is lit with this sharp point triangle on their face. But the thing is, the sharp point always stays in exactly the same place. Even as they move past different points of light in. Even as they spin round. And it's so hard. Oh, also, every character has 2 states. Beautiful, perfect, unmarked. And as soon as they get flicked by the other person, they're suddenly covered in those, like, instant mark bruises everywhere. Everywhere. Like, it's like the old, damage reactive models from, like, Virtua Fighter and stuff, but turned up to 11. Like, flick. Oh, no! I am now scarred and beaten and bloody. Wait! I want to do an off-stream replay of Jade Empire, because I'm worried there are so many bad bits about it, but I remember it so fondly. Okie dokie. Yeah, what was that ending? It also, I understand flashbacks and recaps. So you're all vaguely familiar with the anime industry. Anime has a unique problem in that shows will be commissioned at the same time that the source material, the manga, is being written. So this creates this interesting problem. It's actually, weirdly, Gintama documented it the best. There's a whole like mini speech about it. It's fascinating. And one of the things that happens is that the animation team needs to come up with a way to stall whilst pages of the manga are being written so they can continue to make them. Now, this is probably going to become less common as like weekly serialized shows are eventually phased out in favor of like simulcasting and like digital distribution and stuff like that. So in theory, the pressure to just churn out episodes should decrease as things get more popular. Anyway, what this means is that animation studios reach a point where they have to find a way to slow down, because they can cover way more ground in an anime than the manga can. So there's been loads of different ways to do this. And this is not counting shows that do the smart thing and take a break. Dragon Ball famously would have flashbacks, charge-ups. So like whenever like charging a Kamehameha blast, or a Kamehameha, however you want to pronounce it, they'd usually go back and recap episodes of all the reasons and feelings and emotions, you know, leading to those infamous like 3 episodes of screaming charging up to 1 explosion. Then, as Akira Zero is saying, what are you talking about, Will? Everyone totally loved the filler episodes of Naruto. Filler. Semi-canonical, but off-the-beaten plot filler episodes designed to bulk out runtime. So your characters follow a approved but off-the-beaten path mini-adventure. New villains will be inserted, or like little one-shot silliness and what have you. Mostly bad, sometimes interesting. Shackle, I remember there being a flashback within a flashback, but I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you when that was, because right now I only really remember Dragon Ball Abridged. That's the only one I've rewatched. The other one, rather than the filler bits, is to basically take the plot, drive it off the rails. Now, this was more common back in the 90s. So we had that with like Trigun, Hellsing, Fullmetal Alchemist, where the show would catch up to the source material and then just go way off. Never come back. Yeah, Damien, Bleach had top 2 whole arcs that never happened in the manga. Sadly, as a Bleach fan, the official arcs weren't much better. I will say, if you stop reading Bleach at the end after the Aizen Ichigo final fight, it's a beautiful series. And I'm genuinely looking forward to the new film, just to kind of like go spend some time with those characters. But it's worth remembering that the final arc of Bleach was cancelled early because of poor ratings. Jump turned around to the team and went, yo, you get 2 more chapters to finish this, and then Bleach is done. The irony, of course, being is that while I don't have any official confirmation of this, it was Shonen Jump that put a lot of pressure on Kobutai, Tight Kobu. Kobutai was a short little shorthand back in the zombie powder days. It's not me mispronouncing the name. It was a little thing from a group. There's a big possibility that they got pressured into continuing Bleach far beyond its run. Chato's like, I'm just sitting here nodding. Sorry, I was a big fan of the Big Three, and while they were like breaking down doors was when I was reading a lot of manga, like a lot. You know, between reading fan translated stuff online that just has never been available in English, to you know, I had disposable income. I could go to, well, not Barnes and Noble, whatever the, God, I've forgotten the British equivalent. But I used to go and raid their manga section. Yo, when I was living in Richmond for a bit. Well, no, I was living in Isleworth, but Richmond was like the closest place I could buy groceries. And there was a nerd store in that little area. And it got to the point where the guy behind the counter was putting aside things that he thought I might like. Like, that's how much I was spending. DX-Man, Soul Eater, another good example. Although, I didn't... Waterstones, thank you, Wraith. I don't know why I forgot that. It's not like it's a huge cultural touchstone. I didn't hate how Soul Eater ended anime-wise. And same with Trigun. But the source material goes way deep. And I'd really prefer... Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and Hellsing Ultimate did show us, though, that revisiting those series and doing them start to finish... Like, okay, I'm really excited for new Trigun. I am. But the fact is, Trigun Maximum never got a fair shout. And, you know, that would be really cool. The British equivalent of Barnes and Nobles could perhaps be Sheep Sheds and Royals. What you did there, I saw it. Hey, Wolfgrad, I cannot say thank you enough. Like, I know I've only been a little bit of a stubborn mess today, but basically we've been up fiscal fuck creek, and this has helped us find some kind of flotation device. Thank you. Like, I don't want to get into boring stuff with me, but you'll have no idea how much you have helped us. So thank you. Now, Thraim, didn't Fruits Basket recently get like a remake? Sorry, this is one of those like you've procced my weeb card. But one of the things I will say is, that especially when it comes to manga, if you have the time, like, deep diving into it is very useful for video game creation. And here is why. The manga industry is massive. It is also very saturated. And competition between artists and concepts to stand out is very, very fierce. And it means that people are very experimental because it's such an established environment. Like, there are established genres, very, very strongly established genres. So people keep trying to do weirder and more interesting and different things in those spaces. And there's a lot of material out there that isn't good, but it hits beats that almost are. And that can be very inspiring because, you know, we over here in video games can do a lot that artists can't. I'm not saying video games are easy compared to comics. You know, as a solo creator, both are incredibly time-consuming and difficult to judge the final product success while you're doing it. But there's a lot of concepts that are very easy to adapt to video games. Now, Damien, do you want to talk like taking manga concepts, or in your case, like visual novel concepts, and adapting? Do you want to talk about, like, you know, pulling the good bits out from bad source material? Or was there another blip on this one you wanted to touch on? Friends, I've missed you all. I know I said we were going to play some games, and technically we are playing Blight the Immortals. But I want to hang out and chat. It's my birthday. I don't want to talk to you lot. And since I've had that lozenge, I'm not coughing as much. So fucking wee. DX-Man says, and then what they did with Promised Neverland. DX-Man, do you know what happened with Promised Neverland's series? Because, I mean, I know what happened. Like, Season 1, exceptional. Season 2, drastic truncation of everything with a wild new made-up ending. Damien says one of the wildest, somewhat recent stories to Damien was how the series Pop Team Epic, a comedy for cover, got tons of money just to make nonsense. Right? I would love to know how that happened. Oh, and friends, Pop Team Epic is absolutely worth your time. It's a difficult one from a video game standpoint because those kind of like eclectic gag games are very hard to do. Like, What the Golf is definitely a really good one to study because once you set users with that comedy premise, it can be very hard to follow through on the amount of content it needs to be a game. I feel like WarioWare gets away with it because underneath it there are multiplayer modes and there are games to beat beyond just the ridiculousness. There's the translated interview with the producer and it's wild. Alright, I'm going to earmark that one for later. That's going to be my little reading. Oh shit, what was the really good reading? Sorry, we're flitting between conversation topics. Oh shit! Alright, if any of y'all didn't see this, and you need some reading this evening or what have you, enjoy Vice.com's A Complete Oral History of Tim Curry's iconic performance in Red Alert 3. It's brilliant. I'm not going to say anything, because if you need a chortle and if you need a look into some brilliance, reckon you're. Hey, Willing Outcast, remember, Papa Nurgle loves you. Jackie, I'm trying to remember if there's anybody here who would be really good to advise on CVs in the ilk. I'm not the person. And I'm not saying this to brag, I'm not saying this to be a jerk. It's been a long time since I had to apply for a job on the strength of my CV. So I've just been an arse. My CV is now at like 6 pages. I just keep, as I get more stuff, I just keep adding it. My CV is a monstrous discography of everything I've done in the games industry. Now, most of the time, people ask me and then say, oh, by the way, can you throw in a CV? Because they know what I'm about now. That's a thing I've worked very hard to be able to say, and that's real cool. But also, I don't react well to getting patronized in interviews. And I will test my interviewer's knowledge. I'm a little shit like that. I always feel bad when the recruiter doesn't have the person who's like interviewing for the role, and they try and talk the big talk, and I'm like, oh child, I am going to mess with you now. I wonder if that's a pro or a con. Now I think about it. Okay, we interviewed one Will Overguard. He is very qualified for the role, but he appears to be a great big shit. Yeah, big brain. Gatekeep your interviewer. Oh, well, firstly, really, thank you. Secondly, I can't taste anything, so your cooking would be lost on me right now. But I hope you're doing good, Relu. And again, friends, like, I'm glad that we're all getting to sit and talk about random nonsense and stuff. Okay, Kybel says their friend did that and got the job. Alright, that's cool. No, I do advise quizzing the shit out of don't do what I do. Don't gatekeep your interviewer. Don't challenge them in the way that I do, because I'm a little shit. But it's always definitely worth asking them a crap load of hard questions. Because the thing was, like, I don't regret working at Improbable. but I got whirlwinded, and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. You know, I thought I was coming in for a 1-hour interview. I was there for like 5-6 hours. I met everybody, including the CEO. I went out to lunch with a team I would be working with. Like, it was a whirlwind. And they told me everything that I wanted to hear, and I was smitten, I was enamored, I was like, fucking we. And I did not ask enough questions. Yeah, Wraith, you're right. It works both ways. And especially if you've been out of work for a while, like, the fear can be real. Sorry. Here I am waffling about like job interviews and shit like that. If any of you are ever going for games industry interviews and would like some, like, because the one thing I'm good at is the actual face-to-face talky interview bit. That bit I'm great at. The rest, who knows? But yeah, I know it's very easy for me to sit here and talk about this now because I have you lot, and I also have a 10-year video games career behind me. You know, I'm sitting a privilege atop privilege. So yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that. It's real easy for me to say this stuff. You know, you heard Nathan. We're a fucking anomaly. We are a statistical anomaly on Twitch.television. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of What We Do in the Shadows. Oh yeah, and really, before you came in, I was kind of saying, same. My CV is 6 pages long, and it's basically just the discography of shit Will's done in the games industry. I just keep adding to it. I mean, I trim out stuff like... I don't LARP anymore, so I can't really add that as one of my, like, hobbies and stuff. But, you know... I figure at this point, if you are hiring someone with 10 years of experience, you need to be prepared to get 10 years worth of experience on a bloody CV. Oh, and cover letters are the worst. Fucking worst. Now, Kimball is someone that you should definitely take advice from, not me. Kimball is saying, try and make sure that your CV hits all the points of the job description. Yes. If a recruiter is literally ticking off, do you have these things? It's okay to rework the wording to hit those little beats. No one's going to be mad. Like, the CV's job is to get you a bum in seat interview. And so long as you're not lying... Yeah, and also, again, so like Fearless, I can't claim on technical interviews. There is this one thing that happens in community management circles where they bring you in and they ask you like a technical challenge, like, how would you do X? And then you give them that. And then you never hear from them again and you watch them actually do your fucking campaign. You're like, grumble, 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 grumble. It's probably why I always pitch front-facing campaigns when I'm interviewing, because it's like, haha, you can't do the me part without me. But yeah. I'm sorry, friends. I didn't mean to get this onto to job hunt conversations. Do you mind if I put shanties on? Because like I'm digging this Pokemon and chill, but I want some sea sounds. There we go. Sorry, friends. I got this. So it's from Assassin's Creed 4, and it's all the shanties time-stamped with some sea noises behind. Because I found one before, but it was only like 15 minutes long. This one is 2 hours. And we have talked through one of these before. Oh no, so Vanderbeest, doesn't tend to be too much of that in... Okay, in community management circles, there are teams who legitimately need help who can't afford it. So, I would never advise you working without pay. But there is always a possibility that a project will come along. That you can become involved with early on that may blossom into something massive. I knew you were a person of taste, Sadlin. They used it for background for their Eurovision setup. And yeah, Rikami asked Waffle for 2 hours. That never happened. Look, I've missed you all, alright? I've been sad in a bed for 5 days. It sucked. I've just been shuffling around the house. I don't like being sad around other people, so I'm always like skittering past the rest of the house. Yeah. And again, like, Fred's 100% right. They're echoing what Kyle was saying, that if there's things in the job posting that you have, address them in your cover letters, CV, resume. Yeah. Make it easy for them to interview you. Yeah, Vanderbeest sad and in bed. I was too exhausted and sick to play video games. I tried starting like a new little Minecraft world because I figured I'd just like putz about and make something, and even that was too mentally taxing. Caffeine was just saying, can confirm. See a fleeting flash of pale flesh and a ginger mane skittering past the living room. Yeah, friends, I cannot state this enough, unless Fiona has already told you, but I'm really pathetic when I'm sick. I don't know what it is, it's just like... It's like the floor just goes out, and I'm just miserable. Which is why I reacted like such a wet flannel to the wrong birthday bit. Oh no, and sorry, I hate those something fierce. The ones that are like, you know, they'll do like personality or IQ tests going in. Hate it. Hate it! Because I'm dyslexic, which means a lot of traditional testing I'll fail on based on like reading comprehension and spelling. No, but not actually a group hug chat up, because you do not want this. Joss! No, Rilu, I'm genuine. Sorry, Rilu said that Twitch sent him an email this week telling them their favourite streamers. Apparently, I'm Rilu's third most watched. I haven't even checked mine. I haven't even checked my stuff. Okay, a group shrug channel? I will admit, I have seen a few people with the free shrugs signs at conventions now, and that makes me so happy. God damn it, Panda Man. You ruined it for us all. Oh, sorry. I just realised none of you are inside my brain and therefore don't know that anecdote. My first anime convention, I went by myself to a on-site accommodation-only convention in Leeds. Poor boy, I've never been that fucking in my life. Actually, yes I have, but that's another story. And this was my first time not only doing like a proper con, but proper Animu con. So like, the student union's been converted into an on-site 24-hour bar. Gotta love those British licensing laws. I made friends. I met my first proper partner, who I'm still friends with. I've not been a complete catastrophe to every person I've dated. Thank fuck. Just most of them. The Ballad of Bad Will is a long and arduous story, but that's not a story for today. But yeah, I ended up making friends with a bunch of cosplayers. I was entered into the AMV contest, which I came third. Yeah, that's how cool I am. I'm an AMV OG. Actually, you know what? It wasn't good, but my editing was to the beat. And, like, what I achieved with the most basic editing software, I'm still kind of proud of. But yeah, throughout the whole weekend, there was a person in a full-on... so it wasn't like a fursuit costume, but it was a big panda costume, like a huge panda head. And like a panda, like, fluffy onesie, and just being like, free hugs, free panda hugs. We found out on the last day, the person in that suit, aka Panda Man, had been starkers underneath the whole time. Fucking Panda Man. Since then, I have never trusted a free hug sign again. Jumping back. Chatop was saying that the job they just left was a company that got acquired by a bigger one, and they had to do the Fuel 50 AI. Oh, a glorified personality quiz. Hate those. God. It's like tech bro astrology. I hate it. Caffeine says they've got to the point of ignoring the X years of experience parts of job ads. I have the damn skills, but never the time. I mean, I have lied in auditions before, and that's gotten me in places, so go figure. Damien says that they had a web design job they interviewed for that made them do an MBTI test as part of the process. Got in, stuck around for a week because they need the money, but not their kind of work environment. Yup. For all the bullshit that the tech startup that I worked for pulled, they never pulled the personality test. But I was hired to be part of a games team inside a tech company. So my process was a little different. Like, I wasn't someone poached from one of the big three, you know what I mean? I was poached from a video game company. Oh yeah, Fearless. For those who survived the Glomp era of conventions, we've seen some dark things. It's how... sometimes when watching Marvel movies, and you see two heroes fighting and one of them does like the jump tackle on them, I'm like, it's clearly stunt people. That's not what happens when a full tilt power of enthusiasm hits someone's midsection. Let me tell you, Captain America or no. Yeah. Naoki Sakura was like, I miss AMV making. Sometimes. Like, it was a fun little snapshot of a time. But it's now like, if you want to be in the real AMV circles, like, the amount of editing skill you have to have, you might as well be applying for full-time editing jobs. Which isn't a bad way to learn, by the way. I mean, it's how I learned the basics of video editing. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Like, we used to do marathons where we'd, like, start making an AMV on a Friday and finish at, like, Sunday morning. Render it out and fall the fuck asleep. Yeah, go to a con dressed as some hot Bishonen character. Leave with a cracked rib. Welcome to the Glomp era. Sorry, Rikami was like, you said the word glump and my neck hairs all stood up on end. Yeah. It was like, spot the second gen weebs. And I guess first gen weebs as well. Dayu was saying there's not much difference between an AMV and a game jam schedule. Yup. Look, it was great for teaching. Because, like, when you have to sift through, like, 20 to 30 episodes of a show and get those down to the rushes you want, rip those, and then go through that footage and reconstruct it in a way and then get everything down to the beat, like, being able to do that in 2 days is a skill I'm very proud of. I mean, Rikami, I got lucky because I was never in the mosh for the Homestuck fandom. I read it all. And I got to see a lot of Homestuck by proxy because somebody I was very close to was very, very into it. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me, friends. I just need to go blow my nose real quickly. I'll be back in just a second. And then let's keep talking. Well, so chat up. I didn't read Homestuck 2 because it's bad. But I did read all of the original. And again, even if you only read like the first few acts, again, from a video game standpoint, Homestuck is infinitely fascinating. Like, I know Mother's Basement did a really good episode on this in anime, but we don't really talk about fake games enough. You know, media that pretends to be video games and the systems they come up with. Because let me tell you, when you don't have to make it, games are fascinating. But honestly, I'm kind of tempted at some point to do like a fake game jam. You know, you come up with it conceptually and then pitch it with no intention. I guess that's kind of like Hype Jam, but Hype Jam's more about making the assets to... I need to go pee. I'll be back in a second. It's real good to have you all here. I'm having a really good day, even though we're just talking about nonsense. Because it turns out I really like doing that.
up to the skies, yawned and sat down on the truck. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. Ah, this wonderful Ramsar, he tried a silly trick. He tried to jump the 5 off it and landed in the ring. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. This wonderful Ramsar, he grew towards a breast. One grew out of his shoulder blade, the other turned into a mast. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. The crew of the good ship Jack Tar is handsome, tall and brave. The finest crowd of sailors that ever sailed over the waves. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. Please tell me what is this sailboat's name? Tell me now, what is this good boat's name? Well now, me boys, we are bound out to sea. Oh, windward Caroline, come down to me. She's lovely aloft and she's lovely below. But she's best on her back, as you very well know. Away, away in St. George's Town. The rats come batting the houses down. I give the word, boys, and all that I know. Turn and to row with me, Lucio. Here, pick her up, boys, and lay her down. And hang on tight as she bounces around. Ready, boys? Come, make the juggedy wet below. Take a swig at his bottle. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. The bottle, the bottle, the sailor loves his bottle. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A bottle of rum, a bottle of gin, a bottle of Irish whiskey. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. Tobacco, tobacco, the sailor loves his tobacco. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A packet of shag, a packet of shot, a plug of hard tobacco. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A lassie's oh, the maiden's oh, the sailor loves the Julie's oh. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A lass from the pool, a government tide, a column so fine and dandy ho. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A bully rough house, a bully rough house, the sailor likes the rough house ho. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A tread on me coat and all that in, a bully good rough and tumble ho. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A sing song oh, a sing song oh. There's a man afloat there, sir. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A drinking song, a song of love, until he sees the ship in tow. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. Hey, so handy, me boy, so handy. Why can't she be so handy? Oh, handy, me boy, so handy. Oh, up aloft this yard must go. Handy, me boy, so handy. Oh, up aloft from down below. Handy, me boy, so handy. Growl ye may, but go ye must. Handy, me boy, so handy. And growl too much, and you have their bust. Handy, me boy, so handy. Oh, a bully ship and a bully crew. Handy, me boy, so handy. Oh, we're the gang for the kicker through. Handy, me boy, so handy. Your advance has gone.
Thank you all for waiting.
Handy, me boy, so handy. Bound round the horn through the hail and the rain. Handy, me boy, so handy. Sing
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
oh, up aloft this
What
yard
ho,
we'll
birthday
swing.
boy, also, everyone else.
Alpha the Deluge, how are you doing? Scotty! What ho, friend?
Handy, me boy, so handy. For we are outward bound, ye know. Handy, me boy, so handy.
Sorry, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Oh. Yeah, timing, absolutely perfect. Oh, excuse me. Alright, I'm back. Hello. Yes. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Hello, hello. And Scotty, it is actually my birthday today. The fake birthday thing was, when was that? Wednesday? That was... I think it was meant to be a bit. I was in a very, very, very dark hole when that whole thing went down. So it did not land. It did not land. Ehrman, how are you doing? So yeah, proper birthday. So far, I have been incredibly spoiled. Having a waffle-making wafflemancy stream. We've not worked out how to do streams to the kitchen aside from phone streams, but it doesn't mean never. Also, thank you for this. But yeah, Scotty, I was asking this year, like, please don't send gifts, because I haven't been able to get gifts for anybody else, and I feel like an arse. But I have been sent some lovely things. I have 3 pairs of cursed socks, and some adorable regular ones. I got a Monster Hunter hoodie, which is fucking cool, and everyone's thrown in so much stuff. So Fearless, I've not encountered a good wireless setup. Also, I'm very anti-wireless kit for recordy play stuff because it tends to. Yes, I will show the socks. Look, these cute fox socks, with foxes, and there are absolutely no other pairs of socks in this bag, so I'm not gonna. All right, we've got some whales, and as I said. They're heinous swallowing salmon. But also Florida and the crawfish and the cursed socks. So we've got these smiling happy chappies. Thanks, I hate it. And to keep the theme. And as I was saying earlier, I'll find those again when I have absolutely no other socks left. I will have no choice but to use those. And, sorry, thank you for those. Oh.
Scotty voice capping there be whales here.
There be whales. Ehrman, thank you kindly. I'm sorry, people have thrown in so much today, and like I was saying on like internets and stuff, when you work for yourself and you get sick, it is very scary. And when there is a large menagerie of animals reliant on you, it's even scarier. And you all have blown stuff out the water today. I don't know how to say thank you for that. I guess I'm still a little drained, definitely all over the place. Thank you. Oh, nearly knocked that everywhere. But yeah, so Scotty, Thramas, you've joined us. I was telling some old like anime convention stories. I was talking about how like the manga industry specifically is really, really good for getting inspiration from video games because like you can get 10 different shonen protagonist battle mangas all at the same time, and because they're all vying to do that one thing different, a lot of them can have really interesting concepts that don't actually translate well to manga, but can translate great to a video game concept. And I'm not saying steal plots. What I'm saying is like, think about how those things could apply to video games and take them from there. We also got talking about like filler arcs and stuff. And at some point, dear friends, we're actually going to play some video games today. And it's not going to be any of the ones that you think. The current choice is... because our Blight of the Immortals game filled up super fast, which I did not expect. Oh! Oh, that thought, because Damien, that's a really good one to talk about.
Happy birthday. I've been having a hell week of my own, honestly, so being able to finish that off by chilling here sounds great.
Oh. Well, MDH, cheers to you. Obviously, thank you for all the support. And sorry you've been having a shite week, but I can promise you company and banter. Hopefully, pep up your Friday, you know? DX-Man says, I really hope the Maiden Abyss game turns out to be good. It's anybody's guess at this point, but you've got to admit, the concept behind it is feckin' gold dust. The one that I really like, is optional risk in roguelike. Okay, so how many of you have seen Maiden Abyss or are aware of it? Because I'll give like a brief overview without spoilers. But Maiden Abyss is the story of the people that live and delve around this huge pit. It is a pit in the center of an island, and a whole community is sprung up around it. Different adventurers and spelunkers and discoverers who go into the pit to find things and bring out these like ancient and valuable relics from whatever was there before. But the way it works is that the Abyss is split into levels. And these levels each come with a unique curse. Optional risk? Psh, Risk is a terrible game. How about some nice fishing? Alright. The reason why I find it so fascinating is that the further down you go, the more dangerous things get, but the better the rewards are. I mean, that's already video game distilled. But there is a cost. There is a physical cost every time you ascend in each level. So in the first level, if you try to ascend back up out of it, you get like dizziness, nausea, vomiting, things like that. But like as you go further down, you can experience like incredible pain, complete numbness of both like of all senses. Like there are some horrible curses until eventually you reach the point where you can no longer return. And the reason why I point to this is that it creates a gorgeous, spongy kind of roguelikean mechanic. Like, so imagine you're doing a roguelike-esque game, and for the first 4 parts of your 6-part game, you can go and come back. But the further in you go, the more it will cost you to come back out. So you always have to consciously make like a risk assessment. The Hidden Temple game, what was it called? Like Phantom Swing or... Hang on. No, I'm thinking of the Met game. Phantom Abyss. Phantom Abyss does it really well, that at any point you can tap out with what you've got or keep going. Yeah, Damien, you're entirely correct. It's like the acclamation in mountain climbing, but aggressively turned up to 11. And so what's fascinating about it is you could build in a system where users risk nothing and lose nothing in the early sections, and then you create a situation where they actively make a choice to delve into it. And if you want to clear it, you have to risk your character. You know, stuff like that. Now, is it fun? I don't know. A lot of these concepts seem great on paper until you actually have to try them. Hey!
Happy birthday.
Oh, and Dory, thank you. Like, you all haven't blown the feckin' doors off today. Dory, thank you. But no, it's like... And yeah, you're right, Fearless Mother's Basement did a great video on Abyss, made Abyss and how it feels like it was created out of the concept of a video game. And that's not a horrible place to start, like looking from a game concept perspective and then coming across. That's not an awful way of doing it. Sorry. Stifling a cough there. Where's my water? Now, I've read to what I think is current of the manga of Made in Abyss, and let me tell you, no one's ready for this new season. Like, no one's ready. I knew what was going to happen.
Also, happy birthday, since I forgot to wish you one.
Herman, you blew the doors off! Like, feckin' we! Well, thank you. What was I saying? Wow, alright, well, whatever that train of thought was, it's dead! Oh, just the... Oh, yeah, I was just... Because I don't want to spoil things for Made in Abyss. It's absolutely worth watching. It is one of the most brutal and heart-wrenching shows I've seen. And even knowing what was going to happen in the movie, watching how they did it and the quality to which they took it, oh, my little heart. My little heart. So yeah, so Immortal N, this is the thing. Anime games don't have a great track record. They're usually constructed with heavy constraints. And very rarely is the games team given the freedom to deviate from elements, unless there's like special character customization and stuff. But for the most part, friends, yeah, anime games, it's not that they are bad, it's that a lot of animes have committees that are put together for funding and quality control and everything, which means that any video games based on a successful anime will have a lot of oversight. And that isn't always a good way to make a thing. Oh, Phyllis, it drastically changes dependent on the group and the license and things like that. So like Warner Brothers don't tend to do sub-licensing, but for them, if you're making a Warner's game, it either has to adhere to the film license of the same thing directly, or it has to be so distinctly different from both the comic and the film. Those are their only two setups. Back when 20th Century Fox owned a lot of the really interesting IPs, they were actually pretty content to be quite hands-off, but they were interested in people creating things based on licenses they had, but not direct adaptations. Games Workshop still continues to be one of the best. But they tend to be strict about things that others' projects aren't. But yeah, as Ultrasing is saying, like, anime games tend to be limited because of that oversight, yes. And that's not even counting animes that have international licensing deals. But that's a whole other kettle of monkeys. That's a serious monkey kettle. Hey, Scotty, I mean, I don't want to get into it because if, like, Kimball and Peeps are still awake, like, they lived it. But, you know, Alien Isolation's back in great game. However, that was a long one because that was Sega owning the license for, like, a 10-year spree from Fox. So I guess there was a limited amount of, of oversight that could be had. But I will say that Western companies are becoming far more savvy at working with games companies, whereas what's a DX man? It's not impossible for like having good anime games. Sorry, I just in a modern environment, it's very difficult because it was things like the .hack games. But the .hack committee conceived of being a multimedia project from the get-go. So the anime, the games, the manga were all crafted with the idea of being like a semi-interconnected story. Now, I never played the Serial Experiments Lane PS1 game because it was expensive. I did play the Ghost in the Shell PS1 game, and that shit slapped. But mostly because it was Fujikoma all the day, every day. A bright red spider mech that's controlled like a motorbike, but still swings around. Yeah, sign me up. Sign me up. And the standalone complex game on the PS2 was solid fun. Now, Kaiba, when you say you're playing Plate Up, do you mean that you are plating up food or playing a game called Plate Up? This is going to become more confusing as more of these kind of like shortastic games become. Well, and Fearless, I didn't find this out until not too recently, but Escape from Butcher Bay was a very good game. And Vin Diesel was directly involved with the production. Like, he was on staff. And supposedly that's what he's doing with Arc 2. Okay, so Kaiba's like, it is a game, but it's like one game. Okay. Oh, I mean, DX Man, jeez. Japanese games that never made it to the US, that's a whole kettle of monkeys and then some. Good old Front Mission 4. Wait, no, didn't you lot get Front Mission 4 out here? Was it 5 that never left Japan? Shit, I'd have to look it up. My plague-addled brain is not doing so hot. Oh. God, I do love talking about this stuff. I forget how we got onto it. Oh, like the complexities of anime stuff. You know, I don't want to retread what we talked about last week, but the amount of trash that comes out of, like, the Gundam games absolutely comes from, like, horrible, horrible licensing situations. You know, game creators being forced into these incredibly limiting situations with masses of oversight. I'm still sad that the new SD Gundam game is trash garbage. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I can't magically make a game not terrible. Yeah, and Fearless, it's entirely frustrating. I mean, it's why most of the games that we see coming out over here in the Gundam space are either based on the models, or are based on the SD Gundam, because those IPs are easier to work with. And chat up, it's no worry! It's no worry. Good on you for voting. Good on you. Now I get to decide what I want to play with y'all. My choices are Dismantle, a cute zombie survival game, which was described as, if you like getting all the resources before you leave an area, this game is for you. And I'm like, that's me, I do that. There is Rollerdrome, a shit-hot, like, Tony Hawk with a gun title. But one I might show you all, because it's a very short game, but it's really feckin' cute, is a game called Cloud Climber. And it's just... it's basically a huge climbing puzzle of a game. Fine. Caffeine's like, but you have to use those resources. I don't wanna. What if I just wanna hoard them? The other one that struck me, which might not be terrible, but we'd never get to the point of... we wouldn't get to the point of having our own ship today, is Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Like, I'm talking big, sugary AAA pirates. Caffeine's like, you must be horrendous to play 7 Days to Die. No, I'm exceedingly prepared. Also, the Funhouse of Murder is the best Blood Moon survival move. Oh, Will's Funhouse of Murder. Basically, I try and find houses with like an attached or semi-detached garage. So what I do is I build it so that you have to go up through the entirety of the house to get to like a little walkway to get to where I live. And then I fill that place with a gajillion wood traps. And then once we have power, the spinning blade traps and motor. So, yeah. Come the Blood Moon, I'm like, hey. Scotty was saying, has Son of Black Flag been released? No. There's a current closed beta test going on at the moment. But they've very much reworked it from being the, like, Fleet v Fleet game that it was going to being kind of more of an open-ish world, Sea of Thievesian sort of game? But with more focus on, like, character classes and upgrades than the emergent gameplay. So we've done Plague Tale Innocence, and it's all right. It's all right. And I love Pandemic as a game. I've been playing it since the OG Flash days, but it does create bizarre, spottish, almost racism. I've never been to Madagascar, but I hate it. I don't know what Madagascar looks like as a place. I've never spent time there. But from the amount of Pandemic that I have played, anyone sneezes, they're just like, nah, close the borders. I have rolled and re-rolled so that I start in Madagascar, so they can't pull that nonsense on me. So here's what I'm going to do, friends. I'm going to play a little game called Cloud Chamber with you all. Because I want to leap, and I want to jump around, and I want to do weird stuff. And then we'll decide, like, what we're settling into. My friends, I got nowhere to be. I can't go out. I can't drink. Fiona is, touch wood, still masked up and safe in another quarantined room. So there's nowhere else to be but here. Oh yeah, Caffeine, and then there's Greenland. What is it with both of them? Like, yo, did someone sneeze in the airport? Shut it down! So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to inflict Cloud Climber upon you all. Which, by the way, is a free game on Steam if you want to play it yourself. Let's see if it's got controller support. And then, yeah, we can be pirates. but not the standard pirates on a Friday. We can be cool kids on rollerblades, can fight some zombies, we can do whatever we want. And yeah, I know the done thing when it's your birthday on this Twitch.television is to do like Jackbox and stuff like that. And I'm not against it. It's a day where I get to be selfish. I get to be like, no, it's my party. We're playing weird indie shit. Like weirder indie shit. And friends, we can keep talking about everything and nothing. And Dustin, welcome back. Actually gonna play a thing. And stammering, I thought the Sandman stuff was all coming out at once. I thought it was like dropping as a block. Is it dropping weekly? I've not had the wherewithal to be able to start playing it yet, so gotta move my nerf. Cloud Climber. Alright. Let's go climb a thing. Give my voice a little bit of a break. Ish. Oh shit! Okay, so here's something I didn't know. You'll see it as soon as I do. So this is Cloud Climber. This is the game I want to play with you all today. Okay, this is only going to last like an hour and change, if that. But this is being made. This was made by the same person who is now making Choo Choo Charles. The What If Thomas the Tank Engine was a horror game? You know, the one about the gigantic Thomas the Tank Engine murder spider chasing you around the aisle. And you have like your own little tiny train with like a machine gun on the back. Choo Choo Charles doesn't fuck around. Do 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 do. Although this might be a mouse and keyboard affair, so I'll try not to flail around too much. Although it does mean I get to engage my skills. Oh, I'm in a sorry. Way cool.
Another day has arrived.
Oh.
I'd best get my water before going to work.
Why do I recognize the VO on this? Okay, let's have a look at the note. Diary, page 1489. I may need to get to the neighbouring tower in the future, but I know the other builders keep the entrance and the bridge locked. Saw a key on a table, something something. Words are for nerds. Chest key opened. Bucket of water. Look at this action-packed gameplay. Ooh.
Construction on the last tower stopped weeks ago. I can only assume that the builders have met their fate by now. I believe it's safe enough for me to go and continue building higher yet from where they left off. I'll need to travel across the other two towers to get there, but I'm sure I can find a way.
Okay, I don't have a jump button. This will be an interesting challenge. No parkour for me. Hey, Stammering Gamer, have a lovely rest of your evening. Thank you for coming by. Like, this meant a lot. I've been stuck indoors, and I've missed you all, and now you're here, and we're hanging out. This is making me sincerely happy. Sure, this is fun. Okay, I'm gonna need to look up who the voice of this is. Bernie the Great and the Terrible. Diary, page 69. Nice. Nice. For months we're building faster than ever, yet it seems as if every time we complete a new level, the clouds raise higher and higher. Could have sworn we were closer than decades ago. Still not done. I'm sure you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. part of me is wondering, is it the same person that did Davy's voice? Well, for that game with What the Lamp's in? Fucking hell. The building all day! Bernie the Great and the Terrible's been sitting on his butt, acting as foreman. In other words, doesn't do anything, just drinks all the water. So I had to lock my water in my water chest, because Bernie's a jerk. Where's my brain at? The Beginner's Guide. That was it. It sounds very similar to the gentleman that voiced the Beginner's Guide. Oh, I need a key. Can't get in there. Excuse me, have you got a ladder? Yes, hello, my name is Maroon. Gonna work out some puzzles in a big mysterious tower. And there's like a little... I don't know why I'm doing the Maroon voice. It's not helping. Oh. It's the bridge door key. Bandsaw. It's all a haunting affair. Urge to scream parkour. Parkour is quite high though. Yeah, so at Kaibal, I've been saving this one for just such an occasion. Because it's not quite a, hey, brick face, what's up? It's not quite a long enough game for a full day. Oh, it's the 100th anniversary of the tower today. And that's almost as good. Hey, Numbers, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome!
It's been quite some time since I was on the second tower. I haven't crossed this bridge since the builders became greedy and took the supplies that were meant to come to our tower. Just like all the other towers, its inhabitants quickly grew desperate and aggressive. Now it stands empty.
That's kind of fascinating. Let's have a little explore. Yeah, looking over the edge is unnerving, but the thing that's unnerving is the tower's off in the far, 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 far distances. Like, it just... Kyle! Kyle's here! Yay! At Numbers, I don't know. This could be a walking sim. I had it pitched to me as more of a puzzly platformer. So it looks like it's probably closer to a story walking sim with some Kyle-centric elements. Got loads of stuff. Nothing on the shelf. I could really use a ham sandwich. Dear Diary, it's me, Bertha. Wouldn't it be ironic? No, it wouldn't. If it rained now after decades of building. It'd be a perfect time since we started rationing our supplies. Something tells me they might have tasted people. I think there's something in video games whenever anyone starts talking about rationing.
I installed a rope card on this level to get to the third tower. I should be able to use it to get across.
Should. Well, Numbers. Fiona was blepping at me earlier. A lovely individual has offered to buy us like a birthday food thing. So I'm going for pizza because I figure even if I can't taste it, it's gonna have that nice crispy like bread, which I'm all about. Bit of salad as well. Could be nice and healthy. I wonder if we have to do anything to bring the rope over. But yeah, like I said, the fact that this is made by the same person who's doing Choo Choo Charles, that I did not know. And so already this game is a lovely surprise. I'm just trying not to to whip the mouse around too much, friends. There's also... This isn't one of those things that video games get to do. It's harder for some other mediums to do this. I guess not so much now that we've got, like an era of prestige telly and stuff. You know, it's not uncommon for us to have, you know, TV shows now with incredibly weird premises. You know, things like Severance and Legion and... Hell, I'm trying to think of what else weird I've been watching recently, but my brain's jello.
I could almost call this place beautiful if these dust storms weren't so suffocating.
Okay, Kimball, sleep well. Lovely to see you. Good luck with your Halloween Gundam entry.
I hope I find what I'm looking for at the 4th tower.
DX-Man says, like a vending machine isekai. Do explain. Do explain. Mainly because I'm a little brain dead, and it's kind of... It seems to be the story of just these people as they were building up, and as the resources became scarcer and scarcer. Oh. So over here it's like, oh no, I can't believe this person fell off. Diary of Joey. Over here, diary of person who fell. Carl just keeps pretending like he's going to push me off. Because he wasn't pretending. Huh. Sorry, DX-Man was just saying there's an isekai coming up where someone becomes a vending machine. Alright. Oh, well, Fred, I'm sorry. I know you came here for my nonsense, incoherent banter. For games I was thinking of that I wanted to play with everybody today. I couldn't justify the cost of it, but I was looking at Chaos Gate because I was like, let's lead some Space Marines around. But with as many people as we have in the flat at the moment, I definitely can't download and play at the same time. But no, so the thing I was talking about was games get to do this great thing where so long as we know what the engagement method is, that is to say, is it a shooter, is it a racing game, is it a walking sim, is it a dating game, what have you, so long as we know the method by which we are engaging with this world, we're pretty forgiving of wild concepts. Like, you can just start a game like this. A backstory, a cutscene. We're on these towers. What are these towers about? I don't know. Negative breakfast. Whimsical reminder of a bygone age. Well, I know, Fred, I definitely know that Aperios is tuning in to watch me eat. Whether it's
Looks like
Waffle...
I'll need to fix this bridge.
Alright, give me some pieces to fix that bridge. Sorry, that was me drifting off into the great unknown. But no, so a game like this, you can just start this. And your audience isn't expecting kind of like a cohesive explanation initially. And I think that's one of the strengths that video game has. You know, you don't have to explain the mechanics of, you know, somebody getting isekai'd. You know, if your character blinks and suddenly is in a world filled with dragons, there doesn't need to be any explanation beyond that.
It's hard to believe that I'm the last one here. I never thought it would end like this. Makes you wonder what the whole point was in the first place.
So the idea of this world of people that have started building these towers up to escape whatever like hellish sandstorms are below. And this is just the world as it is now. I don't know. I know this seems like a very quiet, wind-whistly, bleak kind of environment, but... Oh wow, okay. You're a loopy. And someone's loopy bananas. A sandstorm? How uncouth. Rude. Sad. Do. God, there was a great game that I believe we did a stream of it that was kind of a similar premise to this, but like a huge, like unbreathable sandstorm or natural phenomenon hits like the US seaboard, making it impossible to survive without incredibly strong like breathing equipment on the ground level of a bunch of major metropolitan cities. You know, poisoning, and I think it's meant to be like mutating. You play like a free climber dad trying to get back to his kid. And I remember that game so well because, to my knowledge, they never explain where the big feck you came from. It just is. And that's one of the things I really will always love about video games. But, I mean, as we've talked about this a few times, I'm definitely... Oh, we need a stack of planks. We've definitely talked about this a few times, and it's something that... A hammer and a saw. Getting all the good shit today. Sorry, I know it's something that we talked about a lot, and I do acknowledge that because of the sheer amount of video games I play, I'm much more receptive to games that just say go. Here is a world, explore it, you know. It's like, find it, love it, know it. Because I've had to deal with so many AAA experiences and bad tutorials. Now, I forget who I was talking to it about, but, you know, we were talking about Egoraptor's Sequelitis. How, like, as a title, it's still incredibly valid.
This place really is beautiful, even with the dust storms. It's peaceful in a way. I've been working on that tower my whole life and never once stopped to appreciate what we'd spent our lives building. We only looked up to the clouds, hoping we'd someday reach them, so we could prolong our lives. But now that everyone's gone, I know any attempt I might make at accomplishing that would be futile. Rather than spending the rest of my life building a tower, maybe it's time I took a break.
Metaphor!
It's been a long time, but I think I'm finally done.
Get you a ham sandwich or something, mate. Right, at EXO. What ho, friend? Hello, hello. See, we got to play a tiny video game. I did one whole game today. Check me out. EXO. I still got sore throat, bit of a cough. Energy levels aren't back to full on normal, and I can't really taste anything. But I'm alive. I'm getting to hang out with everybody. And I am basically abusing my birthday powers to make people watch and or play weird games with me. That was fun.
Oh, Billy Riley was a dancing master. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh.
But yeah, so Dustin, the game I was talking about was I Am Alive. It didn't do well. Okay, it did alright. It was a good game. I believe it was digital distribution only, Xbox Live primarily. And it was a great experiment. Ooh, sorry. Oh, heck. Tiny and Big's, that's been out for a long time. It blew everybody away with its, like, dynamic cutting setup. And I believe it has, like, you can expand and shrink things and then cut them up. That's a fascinating game. I think it's been on the list for streams for 1,000 years. God, yeah. Yeah, having a look, yeah, it's definitely been on the playlist for 1,000 years. Why we haven't streamed it yet? God, let me think about that. But now I really do want to know who it was who does the voice. I'm absolutely checking the store page to find out who did the VO. Well, that's going to annoy me for 1,000 years, because I can't just immediately search for it. Though there is a walkthrough for the game. Not sure that's a thing, but alright. Exo says they still can't believe Maze was a real game that existed. A grumpy Russian teddy bear with a mechanical arm helping you solve stuff. Like, that's, when you think about it, that's not even close to the weirdest game we've done. It was so gloriously self-aware and so content of being stupid funny. And yeah, Numbers, you're right, the song from Maze is still a banger. It still pops up on my YouTube playlists. So, well, EXO, I take that as a severe compliment. And I've been thinking I want to challenge myself. I may start doing a thing on the TikToks, where I'm going to try and convince people to buy a game, but I'm not allowed to use screenshots or videos or anything. It's just me and my persuasion as to why people should pick up a game. And Numbers, we're saving that one for when I get, when I'm able to do the next charity event. And Fred, I've actually finished Frostpunk on stream. I hear some of the additional ones are a flavorful challenge. Yeah, Numbers, that is what's going to happen. So when we do the next charity event, the bet is simple. Bet is simple. If we beat the previous goal, I have to do the pepper again with upgraded spice brutality. But that's a story for another day. So yeah, I'm just trying to decide what I'm feeling. Am I feeling like being a cool kid, Tony Hawk Super Skate persons? Do I want to survive the Zombocalypse? I don't think I want to survive the Zombocalypse. Okay. Do we want to be an assassin pirate? I guess, but again, that game's so long, we won't get to the point of having our own ship this afternoon. Decisions. Sorry, just Dustin saying that upgraded spice brutality sounds like the blurb on the back of Guacamelee. Oh, speaking of zombies though, should we check in on our nonsense? I guess it's a few more hours before anything happens. Fred, I don't know if Sid Meier's Pirates runs. I haven't checked. Okay, let's have a quick look. But I don't know if it runs. And Lucums, Watto and welcome. Sorry, I keep zoning out while trying to do stuff as well. I'm still not batting for 100%. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. EXO, there might be a version of Sid Meier's Pirates on GOG. Alright, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to indulge some Tony Hawk's flavoured nonsense. I'm going to show you all Rollerdrome. We won't be doing a lot of this, maybe an hour and change. But I have been excited about this game since I saw like footage of it kicking around on Twitter. There's also a bunch of friends who are working on this that I had no idea. So that's what I'm going to inflict upon your lovely selves. Now, again, if we want to be Black Flag pirates, I mean, Assassin's Creed Black Flag was the last of the Assassin's Creed series that I really enjoyed. And there's a bunch of them that are good. Like, I hear Odyssey's great, but it was just 3 broke my heart, and 4 was kind of like the shot chaser to get over 3. You all know my story. We've done this 1,000 times. Wait! Back off! Okay, but what we're going to do before we do anything else is we're going to be cool kid roller cool skate kids, because I want to show you this game. And again, I'm abusing my birthday powers. Yeah, I'm the jumped up toddler making you all play musical chairs for the 7th time.
Christ, why would you bring back those memories?
Haha, some of us never left. But we get to be cool kids this time. Yeah, Dustin, skatey, skatey, bang, bang. The Running Man we should have gotten. And I'm sure you'll never be able to guess why I want to play this. It's absolutely not for the art style and how feckin' cool it is. No. The year is 2030. A violent blood sport is watched across the globe. Don't know why I'm sounding like this. Competitors are chosen to compete in a series of gauntlets against deadly house players. Is that you, Robot Wars? Under new ownership of the International Rollerdrome Federation, plans for this year's championship to be the most popular yet. It's comprised entirely of Fraggles. You ever seen a Fraggle with a gun? It's hilarious. The chosen competitors are geared up ahead of the first round. Welcome to Fraggle with a gun. Among them is a newcomer to the championship. Thor, I'm old. My bones are turning to dust. I'm arming Fraggles. Welcome to my birthday. Thor, how are you doing, friend? I got old man bones. Look how pretty this game is.
Up next, Kara Hassan. Competitor Hassan, complete all tests to satisfy championship entry requirements.
Oh, Amos shush.
Oh, that was River.
Oh, River shush. Alright. Learn to skate. Learn to skate. Sliding around. Lord Calcium Boat. I can't do the Lord Calcium Bonio voice, I'm sorry. My throat is absolutely too shag for that. Ah! I'm skating backwards. I'm told that's how the cool kids do it. So Thor says, doing alright, working on block game. Way cool. You got your fancy game dev tag now. That makes you cooler than other people. Now people know you're a real game developer. Okay, no, you're right. Dustin, Lord Calcium Bonio does have old man bones because he stole them. Fucking wee! Fucking wee! Affect the jump. Oh, I'm doing spins. No one knows how cool I am. Thor was saying, it's weird how Twitch implemented the game dev tag. Stop using my partner tag and use the game dev tag. It's also global. Yeah, that was the thing I found strange. So it's a global tag that like certifies you as a game dev across the way. I'm in two minds about it. Like, on the one hand, it's a bit of an oddity, but you also couldn't be partnered and a game dev. You've got to choose one or t'other. Oh, now we're learning how to do tricks. But the thing is, the way it's done is you have to be attached to a game currently listed on Twitch. So, like, I don't know if when it pops up as your tag, it's like, oh, this is the Hearthstone developer. Wait, what did I say Hearthstone? Sorry, I'm still plagued up. The Heartbound. Good at maths. Whee! Yeah! Guinea pigs like my shit. Yeah, I know. Sweet tricks, guinea pigs. Sweet tricks. Yeah, I'm entirely with you. Doesn't restrict the tag, it just says global and game developer. Okay. Thor, can I be one of your game developers? Can I earn the tag by being your friend? I've been on a lot of video games, but I don't want to have to message anybody at CA because it'll make me seem like an egotistical little prick. Shit! No, why would you come in at that point? Rudism! Ah! Yes, Thor, I am your creation. Rudism, how in the hot feck are you doing, friend? Hang on, let me bring it over here. Yo! And thank you, dude. Yeah, it's my birthday. Unfortunately, I've got the plague, so I'm a little bit coffee and less kind of chatty, but I'm doing good. No, I got over the worst of it, which was... God, actually, like, first day was the worst of plague. But, still got a few more days. Is what it is. I mean, on the one hand, most sober I've been for my birthday in a long time, and Giving my my poor liver a chance to dry out's not a bad shout. But no, seriously. So Rudism, what have you been up to? Like, I haven't gotten to catch. Oh God, I haven't got to catch any of your stuff because I've been in bed sick. So to Shiny's Legolas, Rupert VB, Watto and Welcome, please do send rudes. Send rudes. It's okay, so very quickly to my lot, if you're not following Rudism, please do so. You might not know Rudism, but you know of him. He's the gentleman that did the single button Dark Souls run. And made the Fisher-Price baby's first game controller into a legit controller, and then used it to play Elden Ring. Also, the Overwatch with bananas. The list goes on. And if you've not seen, like, so Rudism went out to a place that is not their hometown to be in a streamers event contest television show. I'm not batting for 1,000 right now, friend. Singapore, God, I was reaching. So yeah, just doing my dude. It's so good to see you. Are you at NZGDC? Because I got a photo of Dylan from Rocketworks posing with a friend of mine. I know I just got that this morning. They're like, hey! God. Whoever gave Rudism a sub, you were very cool. Thank you. But yeah, as for over here, like, things are good. I'm still able to do this full time, which I'm fucking happy about. Had a few things that sadly got bumped because of the plague, but hopefully I'll be able to do either before or after PAX, which will be real cool. Aww. I mean, like, dude, I want you to come to proper GDC, especially when it's less plaguey, so that we can go hard. Like, I missed seeing a bunch of the usual contingent at GDC this year. Oh no! See, I got lucky because my flight for the 2020 GDC, actually, they carried the credits over until the end of 2021. I got an email at the 1st of December being like, yo, you have 20 days to spend this flight money. And I'm like, guess I'm going to GDC! So I did, and it was very good. But no, it's fucking cool to see you! My birthday's been lovely. These lot have basically blown the doors off already. I got a Monster Hunter hoodie, and I got, okay, admittedly, like a cacophony of shark socks that will haunt me into my dying day. And I've just been abusing my birthday powers to make people play video games with me. So we've started a new game of Blight of the Immortals, which is like a long-form co-op zombie game where you and it's up to 12 people. And it's like a slow-moving board game. You each play different fantasy races trying to survive the zombie apocalypse. And it's real cool. I did Cloud Climb, which is a short, like, I guess like 45-minute game where you climb a tower, and it's really nice. And now I'm playing Roller Shooty Gunbang. I'm gonna inflict upon everybody some arty indie Tony Hawk's but with guns. Chrono, I did not get any new Gundam kits, but I am not a person in need. I've started making my next one, which is the Crystal Mountain Dew Explosion, the Baja Blasted Unicorn. Oh, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Okay, this isn't actually the Mountain Dew one. This is the Pearlescent Unicorn. There is actually a Mountain Dew 7-Eleven Gundam Unicorn, though. That does exist. Alright, let me see if I can show this without spilling it everywhere. So look at this. It's Gundam Unicorn, but it's got all these like crystals and cool shit coming out. It's fucking rad. So far, I have made the torso. And let me tell you, these lights don't do it justice because, like, the white plastic is like shiny pearlescent, and it's got these see-through kind of mint blast bits. Dustin, you already gave me the Cup Noodle Gundam, remember? I built it. I don't know if we built it on stream, but it was a ton of fun. Like, we did like a whole day. It was great. But yeah, so that's what's been going on. So Rudism, when you came on in, Thor and I were just talking about the game dev tag on Twitch. And, yeah. It's a global tag. And it leads through to... So, what Shackle Draconis was saying is that it leads through to... if you click it, it leads through to the video game. So yeah. So yeah, it is weird implementation since it's global and not restricted to the channels actually playing the game. Yeah, that is an odd one. So it just kind of flags you as another type of Twitch user. And yeah, Shackle, like I said, Shackle was saying, let me... Oh, sorry for the pause in tunes, because I want to test it myself. That if you click it, it goes through to... Oh, okay, so it tells you who it belongs to. So you're a game developer belonging to the following organizations. Pirate Software. Okay, so yeah, so Thor, if I click it, I get like a little pop-up, which is your usual stuff, and it's got all your badges there. And if I click the game developer one, it says this person belongs to the following organizations. So it does indicate like who you belong to. I mean, what have I done for Go Pirate Software? I did that press release for Christmas, and that's really been about it. But mainly because the traditional PR method just doesn't work for certain indie titles. And you're already winning at both like outreach and community, so PR is kind of an as and when. But it does mean, Thor, it does mean that people know you made a video game. And the thing I was saying when Rudism came in is that I can't annoy previous employers to be like, hey, can I have the game dev tag? So that people know that I actually know what I'm talking about and I'm not a complete nonsense merchant. But I don't want to, like, yeah. I don't want to message CA. So yeah, so Thor, if I can be one of your gaggle, I will take it. But it's maybe we can think of it like promotion. I already get scam email people trying to steal keys for Heartbound. Which remains funny as feck. Okay. So, let me show you a little bit more of this. So we can do some spins and some grabs. Oh, look at this. Oh, I spin so much. Spin to win! My voice is feeling a little better. I can't wait till I get to shoot stuff. Whilst airborne, press RB to do a flip, because it's just that easy. Whee! My spine! Yeah, like, why aren't we doing flips all the time, people? No one knows how cool we are. Physics be damned! Also, there is no way to play this on keyboard without proccing sticky keys every time, because I'm holding down all the buttons. Ah, why don't we call this jet gun radio? Oh, that's cool. So you can get a speed boost by grinding into a... But yes, I thought, how have you been doing as well, friend? Like, I'm sorry our attempts to hang out have been repeatedly subverted. Oh, ammo is refilled by doing cool tricks, grabs, and spins. I'm 100% sure that's exactly how guns work. Dodge the sniper. Whee! Stop trying to hit me and hit me! Woohoo! Oh, it wasn't quite as cool as it could have been. Yeah, and Thor, I do agree with you. You've got to go to levels to be able to check to see that the person who's talking is actually supposed to be. Rolling around at the speed of gun. Okay, sorry, and we get bullet time as well. Fred, I don't know what you're talking about. Alright. Yar, I don't know what I'm doing. Ow. There's so much to try and keep track of all at once. I am not doing well. This might have been a very poor choice of game to play when you are not at 100%. Alright, I'll give it a little bit more. I might rotatey potato onto onto something else, but not because this is bad, because this is very, very good. Also, again, like everybody who came over with Rudism, like thank you for sticking around and hanging out whilst this plague-riddled ginger talks mildly incoherently.
If you're just tuning in, you're joining us live at the Rollerdrome Arena in London.
Landon!
Frey and Casper X have been the clear breakouts today, each taking an early lead in their respective groups. No love lost in that rivalry. Morgan Frey, the reigning champ, and Casper X, who the experts are saying will take home this year's cup.
Ugh, not Casper again.
The break is Cara Hassan, a new competitor to the sport and someone who showed great promise in the junior leagues. How will the rookie
I don't know. I saw her run into the walls a few times and fall over. That might have been because of me. Oh. Oh, alright. This is first person. Cara, heard about qualifying and bullying. Look forward to seeing you in action. Welcome to the championship. Ain't what it used to be. Haven't since my first match. Junior series. Alright, let's close that up. Psh, regulation, smegulation, alright. Let's dry blood. They call them trick tokens. Combo. Okay. Yeah, and so Wheeler Dealer, I'm probably going to end up just faffing about a little bit on this, and then... Oh! Oh, as I say, kicking some serious ass. There is no time for conversation in this, let me tell you. Aha! Okay, that was awesome! This is going faster than I can say anything. I got to do super duper whooper backflips there. Alright, let go of that bit. There we go. There's the big money. Second wee. Scheiße. No one knows how cool I am. Yo, I will be signing things after this run. Friends. Actually, you know what? No, let's open this pit up. How was that to watch? And I'm genuinely serious. I'd love to know your thoughts and feels, because that was fucking great. I cannot state how much fun that was. I might need to alternate the game because now my brain is stumping, and that was a lot of things all going. Okay, so Godbeard and Dea says that looked fucking good. Miyaki Sakura says it was fascinating. Friends, I cannot convey how fucking good that felt. There was one bit where I managed to, like, dodge out of a sniper shot, slow-mo shoot a guy in the face, backwards flip up, do a whole bunch of spinny nonsense to reload my guns, to then land and just lay into this sea of goons. Deus says that they just gotten a Sisyphean victory. Nice. For griefers on Sea of Thieves. Would that be a Pyrrhic victory? I guess if you made them push boulders. A plain sloop came to harass Deus whilst they were working on an emissary quest, and just led them on a 15-minute chase into the Shroud after having flamed their boat twice and headshotted their main crew once, for making their loot unrecoverable. Moo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Paris is saying they enjoy games with good movement, so it's great. Yeah. So I want to do one more of these levels before we rotatey-potatey, because I don't think I'll physically be able to play a lot of this in my weakened state. But here the feck we are. I mean, here's the thing. I would absolutely go back and retry a whole bunch of these. I mean, also, it helps that it's dripping with style. Like, the closest I can think to compare this to is actually, like, Wipeout 3. But it's got a style and a vibe entirely all its own. Shit. Alright, and there's an out of bounds in this one, okay. Ow! Fuck you! Getting slow on my dodges here. Oh, you're a big lad. God, this kind of feels like what Ride or Die should have been. dunked on! Oh, I'm having fun. Also, 69%. Nice. What's up? Sup, nerd? There leaves absolutely no time for commentary of any meaningful amount. Here's a weird thought. This is kind of what I always hoped the Stranglehold would feel like. I don't know if I'm dredging up good, bad, or terrible memories for you all, but... Hello, Amos. You've got crazy eyes. Whoa. Ah, shit. Yar, I don't know what I'm doing. Two bullets make them count. I did not make them count. God darn it! These two guys just do not want to go down. Nice, that's one. There we go! Get stuffed in a bin! God, I love that victory screen. So jumping back in, Salem was saying this is going to say Pyrrhic Victory. And this is the kind of game that I wanted to see with titles like Skate or Die or Lee Travo's Fighting Golf. Yes! This is what I feel like we got promised with those. Sadly, I am going to have to tap out of this particular game because, oh boy, my brains are thumping. So I am going to go take some painkillers before we continue with hanging out. We did just unlock the shotgun, though. But seriously, like, the only reason I am stopping from playing that is because otherwise, I'm not going to talk to you all. I'm just going to grind myself up a massive fucking headache whilst not discussing anything. See, look, the thing is, I missed Wheeler Dealer saying, this is just what it's like at a roller rink here in Texas. Huh! What if super hot but on skates? See, that's great! Immortal then... Hang on, let me get some tunes going. We've talked a lot about doing an evening of, like, Super Auto Pets, but during the Summer of Chaos, everybody's kind of been out and about. So I've been trying to think of things that are less kind of like bundle everybody into the Discord and things. You know, we need to work out a better system for when we're doing like Sea of Thieves nights. Because what ends up happening is there ends up being like two crews, and one crew is being very good and communicative in game, but then nobody else is able to kind of like banter because they're doing proper ship stuff. So I got to think about how to do that in the future. But that's been kind of like the bulk of our like late night hangouts. Just people just hanging. Usually somebody's sailing. And Deus, I'm planning on doing, hopefully, fingers crossed, touch wood. Yeah, I need to get some painkillers. I'm hoping to be able to do Sea of Thieves tomorrow. Excuse me. Yeah, friendos, I'll be back in just a second. I'm just going to take a couple of painkillers and then we'll go from there. Ooh. That was a lot of colours all at once, and I don't think I was quite ready. I'll be back in just a second.
as I sail, and most of them I slain as I sail. Come all you young and old, see me die, see me die. Come all you young and old, see me die. You are welcome to my goal, and by it I lost my soul. Come all you young and old, I must die, I must die. Come all you young and old, I must die. Welcome to Incredibly Inconsistent Birthday Stream with me, my face. Yeah, Maoki Sakura, a lot happened in a very short space of time at the beginning, and I've not processed it, but I will. River, leave it. But I got some more water, I've taken some painkillers, Rollerdrome was feckin' sweet and has now given me a bit of a banger of a headache, which I do not think is conducive to the title. I think I kind of pushed myself a little hard there. I checked it on the status of our Blight of the Immortals game. My armies have moved a little bit. Yeah! Action-packed. I mean, do you want to see the action in Blight of the Immortals before we go on to whatever we do next? What's in Galley Cantina? Oh. Lovely. Sadly, I have no sense of taste at the moment. So that would just be like, I'd be looking at it being like, I know what meat tastes like, and I remember this, I think. Oh, Drazini, you bought your second town already? My people are going to take ages to get to my places. Alright, I guess oh yeah, I want to have a look. And I'm allowed to be a great big prima donna today. Oh, okay, so here's my little setup with Cool Crown, which will be renamed to Cool Town. I've made my two little peoples. So my gnomish mage is heading to the roasted pond, and oh, I guess these peeps will be here in about an hour. So that's cool, and then we'll be able to pick up my first town. Hey. Oh, I will go get some in just a second. I have been informed that Peter is here. No, I'll grab some in a second. Numbers, have a lovely rest of your evening. Enjoy the sports. Oh, why are they flashing red? That seems bad. I don't like it when oh! Those undead ghouls sure are about to eat those people. Fuck. And Numbers, it was a lovely gift. So that's why we're able to get pizza tonight. Because someone was like, hey, what do you want for birthday food? And I'm like, well, I can't taste a lot. So let's go for some pizza. Because even if I can't taste it, it's going to be good. Oh, here we go. So this is Ultrazini's Goblin Squad. Yeah, you've got Druid's Tangle, which isn't a horrendous STI, but is in fact a small camping village for goblins. Druid's Tangle.
Why am I allowed to say words out loud? Oh, no, Akira Zero's got like a nice little solid moon, like a regular moon. Look, okay, look at these dwarves. They're just feckin' happy to be here. They're just feckin' happy to be here. I do feel for Firestraker facing down the Wise Pond Hydra, but also 100 immortal trolls. There's gonna be a scrap. And then yeah, down past Bergsburg, and this is us. We're just gonna worry about Rogue Burrow, but it'll be fine, right? Right? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I have no doubt that the mighty forces of our land will come together. Shit, we need to name this land. We can't just name it this land. So I've got to decide what I want to do with the rest of the evening. I mean, aside from go and get a pizza in a second, because pizza. All right, this Landia. It's annoying, but I like it. Any other suggestions that aren't that? Because, like I said, we could enjoy a nice cathartic, slow-moving game of, and then we shoot Hitler in the junk. I've been trying to finish Terrorbane at the moment, but God, the tedium towards it. It's very, very evocative of being actual QA and hunting for bugs at this point. Sudden yet inevitable betrayal. Dinosaurs? Who invited dinosaurs? God. Did I tell you all, friends, that I tried out the mod which turns Deus Ex into a roguelike? Did I tell you all about that? It was a good time. Amos the Forever Lost, trundling through. Salem, you make a good point. Dinosaurs are always invited. Though I will say, and I think this speaks to quite the core of my character, is that when times are tough, when insurmountable challenges placed on my shoulders has become too much, which does happen, I take solace. I take solace in watching the Velociraptor at a kids' party scaring the absolute hot shit out of a bunch of preteens. God, that never stops being funny. There's a bunch of them that try and hide in the bouncy castle, and the dinosaur puts its face. Obviously, it's a person in a suit, like animatronic style. But when the Velociraptor face goes through, it just goes. Rawr! The look of terror on the children in the back wall will forever fill me with warmth. Am I a bad person? Probably. I mean, whatever happens today, I've kind of bullied everyone into playing a game I wanted to, so I feel like I'm already winning. I've wanted to play Blight the Immortals for ages. Because, God, I think I first encountered the early build, God, back when I was at CA. Sailor was like, so about that psychopath scale. Here. Ah, come on, Kung Fury. Okay, Kung Fury is amazing. It's not like, God, what was it, Iron Sky 2, Oh, it's not good. Now, if you want to do some damage, Velocipasta, that's where you start busting out the good shit. And if you're wondering, yes, it is the story of a religious priest, a pastor, if you will, who suddenly gains the ability to turn into a Velociraptor. And it's just as good as you think it is. And a little bit worse. Now, Johnny, what was it that you would need to speed up to 3 times speed? I mean, you're right, Salem. It's no Lamageddon. Or Lamageddon, I should pronounce it correctly. Although, sorry, here's a complete tangent upon a tangent. Wait, so Johnny, are you talking about Blight the Immortals? Because the thing that makes it like a good group game is because it goes so slow. Like when armies have to move, when it takes like 3 to 4 hours to just move to nearby towns, it gives people the chance to kind of have a life at the same time as participate. You know, if you had it at 3 times speed, like that kind of like speedy response, that's feckin' great. But then you're talking about like a big co-op group game. Like, if you want, I mean, 0K is always an option. But I don't know how many other people really enjoyed Total Annihilation as much as I did. God, yeah, at some point we'll go back to 0K. And sorry, my random thought there was due to... I realised I've not done the puzzles in the Black Watchman. So we could do a whole ass day. We could do a whole ass day where we just do Black Watchman puzzles. Because there's no, like, the late game stuff's kind of been closed at this point, so it's not like we'd be cheating our way forward. Sorry, friends, I went completely to space. Give me 2 more seconds. I'm just going to grab a couple slices of pizza, get some calories in me, and see if I can push through this, you know? Oh, wow, yes. Okay, food, then banter and next game and what have you. Like, second we? Yes. God, sorry about this, friends. Hello. So how are you all doing, friends? How are you all doing? Paw Patrol, for lack of a better term. You're going to have to put up with the crunch, I'm afraid. It is a weird looking pizza, it is. Hey Gil, how are you doing, friend? How goes it? Tell me your tales. Sorry, I'm just putting some food in my gob so we can continue. I thank you for the kind words, Gil. But wisdom is not one of my strong suits. Survivability, perhaps. Sturdiness, certainly. But great unquestionable wisdom? No. You might be thinking of a couple doors down. Gil, I'm sure I have no idea what you could possibly mean, but I will require evidence. Yeah. Sorry, friend. I'm all over the place. You're right, Satan. You're correct. The name is 3 Doors Down, specifically. Wow. I'm trying to get my focus back. I do apologise for the salad crunchings. God, I know none of you need me to say this, but this fucking plague is no joke. Like, I've been in bed since Sunday. Yesterday I dragged my ass out and tried to just exist as a human, like play some games and be. And I've been managing to chat with your good selves, aside from Rollerdrome. I've been managing to chat for a good 5 hours. Like, I'm proud of myself. But, oh boy, friends, I'm exhausted. Like, I might bust out Assassin's Creed Black Flag, because I want the game to do all the talking, so I can just kind of hang with everybody. Like, don't get me wrong, the idea of hunting down and mercilessly murdering Hitler again will never stop being fun. That is a prospect I will always look forward to. We can do that as a group. But it's like, I don't know if I can snipe and converse. Plus, I've reached that point in any game where you have weapon customization, I've reached that point where everything's kind of, one, tweaked how I like it, which is cool, but also bullshit OP. God, at some point I'm going to do the most needlessly nitpicky breakdown of Sniper Elite 5 that anyone's ever going to do.
In Amsterdam there lived the maid, and she was mistress of her trade.
And the people will know I was petty. Okay. I played Sniper Elite 5. I like it. If you've never played any of the series, you're going to have a great time. But it feels like an incredibly competent studio with a really good art direction. Hosting. It's... Even the new flavorful new additions are very safe. So I'm kind of... I don't know.
For a great big Dutchman rammed my bow and said, "Young man, this is mein Frau."
I really, 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 really want to get into the nerds of it.
Then take fair warning, boys, from me. Well, what I do say. So take a warning, boys, from me. With other men's wives, don't make too free. No more
Here I am just crunching and just turning into a complete and utter vegetable. Okay, the sound of crunchings aren't audible. I am so glad, because I understand that it is not a thing that one wants to listen to. Whoa, I mean, Miyake Sakura, I'm not a cannibal. I might be a potato, but I'm eating leafy greens. I'm eating the good greens with the croutons. I just realised I can actually taste this. I wonder if these mother hubbards made it so I could actually taste stuff. That's cool. Oh, Miyake Sakura, the reason I closed the door is so the guinea pigs don't hear. Friends, I'm sorry I'm suffering from like the most massive indecision. I did eat a proper lunch today, like I had a whole bunch of like leftovers. So it's not like I've just been forgetting to eat, which has been known to happen in the past. But Gil, what's been going down with your good self? I'm sorry, I'm just... like... I'm sorry, friends. I mean, Phyllis, Haroon would never forgive me. Okay. Yo, Orchazini, then if I have my full taste buds back by tomorrow, that'll be grand. The weirdest one was drinking coffee with no taste buds. Well, no functioning taste buds. Because there's no correlation between, like, the jet blackness of and just the kind of, like, the, this sure is a liquid. The thing I keep thinking about, dear friend, the thing I keep thinking about is, sorry, I'm just talking Plague Tales now. there are no really good guides on, alright, so you've got the plague, now what? Like, you try looking it up online, and it's all about what happens if you prop positive, i.e. social distance, quarantine, etc. Which is all great, but I'm at that point. Now it's like, yo, what can I expect in terms of symptoms? What can I do to make it not be bad? Well, as a friend of mine likes to say, it isn't just luck when it comes to the plague, it is also modern medicine. I was saying it's just utterly inconsistent. Okay. Because, like, I hung out with everybody Saturday night, and I had a glass of booze, and it didn't settle well with me. Which was a strange bit. I tested for the plague that day, come back completely negative, so I was like, alright. And then, yeah. Next morning, woke up, felt like shite, did a little test, having the worst time. And let me tell you, that evening, like, holy crud, like, I had the proper cold flu shakes, sweated through a hoodie, because it was the only thing I could put on that was enough layers. That was bad time. Yeah, and Fred, yeah. I won't lie, like, when it was at its worst, your mind always goes to the worst case scenario. So, I'm very grateful for modern medicine. So I did not have a feckin' hellscape. What can I say, Fred? Papa Nurgle loves you. Sometimes a bit too much. Sorry, it's like every time I look down in Mavidja games that I want to share with you all, there's Tales of Iron still just hanging out. In my little heart of hearts, I do think at some point we'll see like an update to it, but I do not think today is the day. Like, Tale of Iron left on a big question mark, and it feels like they're going to do one more content update, but I don't have any news on that. Could just play Race the Sun, freak with everybody. I'll tell you what. What if we were tiny pirates? Do you remember the Caribbean Sail? The little, like, Oregon Trail but pirates game. What if we went back to that one? Because I've been meaning to return to it. Like, we never made it. We never completed the main quest, and we certainly never made it to the outcrop of pirates. I mean, it would mean that I'd need at least 4 volunteers to be my pirates. I'm sure none of you would volunteer for that. What do you say, friends? You want to take to the bleak Bloopian Sea once more? Yeah. Yeah, but Miyakini Sakura, we didn't have the knowledge that we've gained from Sea of Thieves. And that's totally going to help us. We're doing this. There we go. Alright, my Bloopian peoples. Who's ready for a life of piracy? Wait, our choices are Landlubber, Everlasting Save File, Recruitment Opportunities, Halved Experience, no Chivos, or Save Deleted When Dead, Crew are Irreplaceable, Full Experience, and Achievements. Feck it, let's be sailors. Reset tutorials. Yes, please. Tips allowed. Fantasy mode on. That's where we get spooky shit. Alright. Crew on deck! I need 5 volunteers! If you haven't seen this game before, it is a lot of fun. This whole thing is basically, yeah, fantasy pirate Oregon Trail. Alright, Meow Kitty Sakura, you will be captain in this vessel. Captain. Meow. Kitty. Captain Meow Kitty. Meow Kitty. Alright. Your EXO and first hand will be sailing. Now, Vulture Pony, are you saying hello? Or are you saying yes? Please put me in this crew of miscreants who are about to take to the 7 seas with a limited chance of survival. One of my friends actually managed to acquire the Beefeater Pikachu on an extensive day trip to London. And I wouldn't say that I'm jelly. I've never been a big Pikachu collector. But holy shit, they know how to market. Alright, Vulture, you're in. Now. Vulture. Pony. Alright, apparently I can't spell. It seems to have dubbed you. Oh no, we can change that, so cool. Chi. Alright. Obviously spell it wrong. Alright, I need 2 more volunteers on deck! And Lost Flowers, like, thank you so much for the gift. That was really fucking cool of you. You know? I asked for nothing, I expected nothing, and you all were still lovely. Thank you. Really, thank you. Oh, you're right. Zakam, I'm glad somebody's paying attention. Alright. X, D. Johnny. Alright. One more person! One more person all aboard 2 bells! Alright, Caffeine, you're in. Okay, so our profession... Navigator, the most qualified to be captain, never lost their way. +3 to seamanship. Carpenter. Ships takes half damage in battle. Fisherman gets the most food for fish, +2 to throwing. Missionary, hardcore. Alright, now we're going to be a navigator for this one. Never lost their way in a storm or a reef and never will. Alright, so sloop, that's 600. Brig, 800. Frigate, 1800. Galleon. Distinguished and massive. Schooner is a sailboat. What do you fancy? A brig, a frig, or a galleone? Actually, we should probably stick between a frig or a brig. What do you fancy? Good choice for combat and storage. The frig, it's the jack of all trades, that. Let's see if anyone has any strong opinions, but I'm leaning frigate. Still leaves us a few £100 to buy supplies and food and murder people. Alright, Gil wants a brig, then we get a brig. Name your brig. The HMS Buff. Us. Buff. Da. The HMS Mabufta. Meets the Mabufta. Both. The HMS Buff. God, no. You have christened your brigantine the HMS Mabufta. Freedom and fortune are fine for a time, but the devil awaits the depths of the unknown. Like that strange section in Target that no one ever goes to, where they keep the Chucky figures. The sea is not as it once was. Piracy runs rampant the world over. England is at war with the French and Spanish. Monsters prey on those who invade their waters. A strange request has reached you in London. My good man, we have a message from the butler, and it simply says, "Updog?" ? From his deathbed, your grandfather bequested upon you an unopened iron box and a single request. Take this to New York, my lad, before it's too late. Alright. That sure is a fine ship. Shipyard. I'm not trading it for a piece of crap like that. Alright, supplies. What have we got? Alright. Click items to change shopping. Alright, we've got the cash, so I'm just going to make sure everybody is fed. And armed. I guess a few oilskins as well. I dare say we seem to have ourselves quite a bit. A few £100 worth of luxuries, we'll sell those in the Caribbean. Make ourselves quite a name. But first, let's get drunk. Always be on the lookout for opportunities before leaving port. You're beckoned into the corner by a shady-looking man with one eye. He has a treasure map he'll part with for 200 quid. How about no? No. Rum, sugar and alcohol lift your spirits. Well, I can't drink in the real, so I will drink 80 quid's worth of rum. I can't remember how to make liar's dice, and I usually lean on numbers for that one, so let's leave. And set course for the Great America. Alright. Something's making a weird noise, and that always scares me. Right. Plot course! Alright, our destination is America. let's just fucking go for it. Set sail! Oh shit. Oh. Now, feck. Last time we played this, you all told me the right way to do this, and I've forgotten. Which foot will you step aboard the HMS Mabuff with? No, there's a correct way of doing this, at least according to Sea Legend. That's right. With your strongest foot forward, right? Yeah, it's right. Good choice. Luck increased. Meow kitty Sakura. Alright, inventory and information can be found in the logbook. Rum. Spyglass. Iron box. Take it to New York before it's too late. And we shall be fine. Alright, so logbook. Ship's log. Type, brig, hull integrity, pristine. We're currently flying the English ensign, allied with New York as a destination. But we can actually change out our flag if we need to. Alright. Your lookout spotted an abandoned ship to test your cannons on. Fucking wee! Cannons are in top notch. You also salvage parts from the abandoned ship. Go us. I don't remember what half of these little hinty icons do. That night you dream of a green light. Ah, that's some spooky shit. They're flying the melting skull. The strange ship pulls alongside your brig. Never had a chance to fight. You're brought before their captain. Oh, I forgot about this. You have something I want. The box, the box, the box, the box. The box. You don't even know what's inside it, do you? Ha 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 ha. You have reached your destination. I'll return in 30 days. Oh! Fuck you with those eyes! The iron box has been stolen. You have to fight to get it back. You could still head to New York looking for help. Found some flotsam and retrieve a Spanish flag. Eh. I'm getting worried, I won't lie. Okay, so we do now have a Spanish flag. So if we encounter anyone from España, we can pretend we speak Spanish. Your hardtack supply is infested with maggots and weevils. That's 755 kilograms of more food. Wait, is that good? Fucking where? I guess my voice is back. You've all done so much today. Let me set my little ship off. I mean, Gil, I was just stunned from this morning. That's a fucking red bit. Oh, Gil, I don't know about that. I'm very, very grateful. I was saying earlier to everybody, like, it's fucking scary when you work for yourself and you get sick, because if you can't work, then, you know. There's two things I say to myself in the morning, both of which I stole from Megaran. First one is, if you don't move, then you don't eat. I understand that's hypocritical of a person that usually rises at, like, 11:30, but that's what gets me going. The other is, alright, I can do this, where are my glasses? Because that makes me laugh every day, because I don't wear glasses. No one else finds this as funny as me. I just... You're right, it's an orbital bombardment. Holy fuck. Well, whoever that anonymous spooky person is, seriously, thank you. And Strags, how goes it? I was checking in on our varying fantasy factions earlier on. And Lizzie, Watto and welcome. How are you doing? Now the question, friends. Oh. Are we punishing caffeine for stealing? Jesus. 33 kilograms of food. 33 kilos of food. That's a lot of food. Like, how big a portion is that? I like Gil has kind of combined forces with Sadlin for like maximum punnage. Lizzie is voting to Gil's like, hey.
Time for self-log me, daddy.
No, I see, you made it weird. You made it weird, Bacon. I don't know how I'm going to process today, just as long as you're all aware of that. There's been no cases against. Like, yes, I am the crew of the ship, but no, so there's definitely been effects, because I've forgotten how to speak people words. Like, holy shit! Okay, so that's 70 pounds of food. Caffeine, I'm just the vehicle here. The people have spoken. Caffeine's fine. I actually have to click flog. Caffeine is chicken. Get one more. It's cool cross. And no more. And Sam, how are you doing, friend? Yeah, I got the bad lug. It is what it is, you know. It's the most sober I've been for a birthday in 1,000 years. How are you doing? We've got plenty of food, so... Oh no! Caffeine was struck by lightning! He's gonna be okay, right? Hang on. Log mate. Crew log. Captain Meow Kitty Sakura, good. Sadlin, good. Volchi, good. Johnny, good. Caffeine, dying. Turns out... Perhaps. Turns out. Getting struck by lightning is not good. Inventory. Alright. Oh, I just got the whole crew drunk. That's not the smartest thing I've done. Johnny's got typhoid. How? We're at sea! Ah, that's haunting. Yeah, I saw that whale. I didn't hesitate. Yeah, Wellerman out! Wellerman away! The majestic sea creature is now a great big bloody snack! Caught too much food though. Not gonna lie. You caught 7,000 grams of fish, kilograms of fish. Topped off the food supply. No one's going hungry today! Maybe that can help caffeine not die. Alright, let's have a look at the crew log. Caffeine's condition, abysmal. Johnny's condition, typhus. Alright. Well, no one's dying sober. Even if it does make this a heinous sailing experience. But yeah, but Sam, how are you doing, friend? And that sounds like a hell of a fun night. I will admit that I was basically using caffeine is seasick on top of feeling abysmal and lightning struck. It's not having a bad time. I've basically been using edibles most this week to fall asleep. I didn't last night because one, it was too warm, and the puppies were in with me and being chaos as always. We're doing good. Alright, so they're flying English colours. What? Oh, cheerio, pip pip, tea and biscuits, and all that. No. Flying English colours, what will you do? Approach. Alright, the captain approached you to climb aboard. We're in need of a spare sail. Do you have one you could sell, we could buy for 96 quid? Sure. Yeah, there you go. Anything else you're after? We can get paid way more on the luxuries later on. But I will top us up. Don't let your guard down. Cunning pirates stalk these waters. Thank you, other captain. So, Chato, how is your day going? Now, Sam, obviously I have never, ever consumed psychotropics or mushrooms, nor would I admit to such a thing on this Twitch.television. We've reached Long Island! It's time to disappoint our grandfather! Surgeon unlocked! I enjoy that Wario Land style treasure. Alright. You follow the directions given by your grandfather out the city, across the river, deep into the woods, and you find the stone mansion you're instructed to deliver the box to. As you reach it, knock on the door. You're opened by an old grey man. Where is he? You lost it? You're going to get it back. I don't know or care how. If what you say is true, then the next chance is in 18 days. You have that box until you concluded. He throws a sack of 400 quid at you. Holy shit. I've never been in a situation where someone has thrown 400 quid at me. But I've just realised that with this time and place, that was probably in coinage and might have broken out. You hear him scream from inside. Alright. But yeah, Sam, I hope you are having yourself a wonderful time. Let's... Okay, firstly, we're going to rest for a while. Caffeine as well again! Hopefully Johnny can recover from... Johnny as well again! Yay! Alright, first things first. Hit the bar. You find a fellow looking at a letter to be delivered to the Arizonians. That's just how we speak here in Tucson, Arizona. He says you'll play the recipient well. I don't know where Arizors is, but all right. So we're taking a letter to Arizor. 69.2. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, we need to purchase 2 barrels of that, because I kind of killed a bunch of our stuff. In my defense, yeah, look how much those luxury goods cost out here. Arrgh! Make money, make money. Food is cheap. I forget what oilskins are good for in this. It's the islands of Portugal. Fuck. That letter is never making it. Any other opportunities? You're beckoned to the corner by a shady-looking man with one eye. There's a treasure map he'll part with for 2. Fuck it, yeah, let's go treasure hunting. Passes you a scroll into your hand, then darts to the shadows while giggling. Map added to the inventory. Let's have a look at our inventory. And I guess we can get the barnacles scraped off. Get it clean, nice and ship-shape. So, hull integrity, cannon damage, special ammo. Shit, yes. Let's go slow and break some face! Yes! I guess we can go a little faster. So plot our course, so... So they essentially want us to cut right across into Spain. I don't think Spain likes us, so let's just go down the coast. Yeah, let's go down to Nassau. Nothing bad happens in Nassau. Everyone's healed. We've got plenty of food. Wind at our backs. Lizzie's been having the lettuce to help counter the muggy night heat to sleep. Yeah. Oh. Oh, English colours. Hello! Cheerio, pip pip. Tea and biscuits. Not as good as a wink. I was at Violet's funeral. Each man here prays for an home, a warm bed, but I give you them giving them 2 weeks on land, and they'll be eager to see a ship again. Okay. Luxuries for 8 quid. Sign me up. Okay, maybe not quite as much. Gonna save us a couple hundred quid to survive. Chartbox reef ahead. You could cross it. You could try to cross it. Go out of your way to avoid it. Alright, let's take a sounding. Alright, so water depth ahead. 40 feet. Keel depth is 12. Reef length is 22 miles. I say cross it. We know what we're doing. We're good at this shit. We're an experienced sailor, we are. I will say though, for the worst night of the bad lurg, yeah, we did. I kept trying to open a bottle of NyQuil and failing. Oh, who's that? They're flying the black flag. Do we try and flee, or do we take them out? Is it time to test out those fancy guns of ours? Actually, you know what? I will leave this. Here's our 3 choices. Surrender, give up some of our loot. flee, try and make a break for it. We're quite speedy, or attack them. We did stack up. We've got 7 guns. It's not bad. Could do this. But it does come at a great cost. Bacon says, "Seek the Reapers!" Not against it, friend. I'm not against it. Any man who sails under the black flag, he's a pirate. As a brother. Salad and Doritos. Hopefully these aren't stale, because I need more sustenance. God, it's weird. Like, I'm glad my sense of taste is returning. Oh, Vulture wants to attack as well, alright. But it's like... No! I hit them a lot. That was bullshit. I'm getting a galleon next time. I'm gonna do murder. Yep, that escalated quickly. I don't think I was quite ready for Nassau. I was so pleased with those bloody guns. Alright. Is there anyone who would like to retire from the crew? Because you all got kind of an abrupt and not very fair ending there. God, it's so strange. It's like, I can taste part of the flavour of these, but not all of it. It's so weird. Okay, Johnny's going to bed, so I need one more volunteer! And I shall creep the previous crew, because I feel like they got a raw deal there. Yeah, mental note, don't fuck with the galley. We've learned. And XD Johnny XP, like, thank you. Just thank you for coming by today. You know? I didn't even know if I was gonna get to hang out with you all. Well, I have. I'm real grateful for that. Yeah, and it might be time for cooler seas. Alright, Twizzlight. You're first on the bat. Welcome. Alright, next up. Alright, so we unlocked a new profession, which was Surgeon. Alright, but I do think Navigator is the way to go. Because, like, Governor gives us a shit ton of cash, but nothing else. You can never get lost in a storm or a reef. Never will. Love it. Oh, we can't quite afford a... God, we're ways away from a galley. See, we can pick up a galleon, but we will not be able to afford much in the way of supplies. The frigate does have more guns and more storage. Yeah, you know what? Frigate is. So this would be the Titanic 2. Sorry, the HMS Titanic 2. I see no way this will end poorly. Yeah. Grandfather, something. Let's hit the tavern. No. Alright. Ammo. Food. Harpoons. Oh, that's not good. Alright, so we'll bring the food down to about half. And then we can use the harpoons to get more. It's fine. We'll go fishing soon as we're out. As soon as we're out to sea. Jobs are good. Promise. Promise. The luxuries will make us a bit of cash out there. After the conclave, I don't know if there are icebergs out here, but by golly Jove, we are going to find them. So yeah, we're going to head up to Iceland and then down to New York. Right foot first. Good luck increased. Alright, so here are the burbs. So if we go fishing here... Alright. So basically, we only lose harpoons if I miss. Like that. So if you all don't mind this boo 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 boo. Ah, the gentleman fish. A rare species. Fuck. I remember the last time we played this, I got obscenely good at this. Jump for me, you little shits. Jump for me! Fuck! I hope you are looking forward to an inordinate amount of raw fish for the rest of forever. That should have counted. So I've gone through 5 harpoons, but I've... God, that's... I'm trying to remember how much we can store. I think it's like... Is it 800 we can store in this thing? I mean, if the flying fish are going to keep coming at me, I'm going to keep eating them. It's not my fault they're delicious! You know what? Bacon makes a good point. This is a fishing minigame. So of course I bloody love it. Of course I love it. Of course I am. Getting cocky. But just sense the fish. Let them come to you. What am I doing? Bert and Ernie style. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. That's how you get it done. But I feel bad of just depopulating the world of these like majestic flying fish. Question, can you eat seagull? I've never considered it until this very moment. Because, like, you know, you come across a... Ah! Fucking fish! Come across, like, a whale carcass or something to see. Fuck! Alright. I'm going to take our fishy loot and continue. Because I realised I was absent-mindedly chucking a whole bunch. Hope you all enjoy Bone and Fish. Probably could have phrased that better. But that's enough to keep us going up to Iceland. Then Spooky McJumpscare shows up and he's like, "Ooh." I know you're gonna do it again. Yeah, your big eyes. Such a bastard. Oh yeah, and Twizlight, I believe it was a spooky anonymous rapid fire. Well, British colours. No worries. I'll probably pick up a couple of spears from them if they've got them to sell. We have no money. Although... we're still quids in. Hope you kids like... hope you kids like fishing minigames! Long live whatever monarch is sitting on the throne. Ah, I see you are a true British individual. Who's that? Flying the Dutch banner. Do we like the Dutch? Oh. Sorry, I realised everyone was starving. I'm catching a bunch. I'm gonna catch so much fish. Yeah, I'm trying to remember historically if Britain was getting on with the Dutch at this point. They kind of sneaky through the history books a little bit there. Sadie was saying, I wish this was ported to iOS. Is it not? I guess I just assumed, you know? Assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups. I know they did a Kickstarter for a physical release of it, but that happened like June, July. And Salem, that is a very good point. Kind of feel like these flying fish are just trying to take the easy way out now. So it's a solo dev operation. Okay. Like, it feels like it would work on Mobley very well, but that's just me. I mean, it's using a lot of the same mechanics and tropes from good old Oregon Trail. But we haven't even really fishes! Scratch the surface of how much weird stuff is hidden in this game. I've seen hints that there might be like steamships and nonsense in. I forget how much food we can stash on this. I mean, there are some companies out there that will do like porting for teams, but unless you're publisher supported, that can be very expensive. And the thing is, once all right, I admit defeat. Once your game is on mobile, then it's pretty If it's successful, it's going to be pirated and or copied. I think we'll just avoid him. Caffeine! I leave you alone for 2 seconds, you get influenza. First question. Twizlight! You as well! I can't believe you've done this. Oh yeah, influenza is now streaming through the crew. And Salen's got dysentery. Oh, I didn't have money for booze. Alright, congratulations. Everybody's now sick and miserable. Something that I'm now very well versed in. Twizlight's like, Caffeine gave it to me, it's not my fault! Fair. We've reached Reykjavik. Another successful voyage under our belts. Doritos in our stomachs. And rampant influenza. Alright, so first things first. Piss. Looks like we're going fishing again. I'm not giving you 200 quid for a shit map. Okay, so the port is neutral to everybody. Alright. I came here to avoid fighting. Now I'm fighting a bloody cold. Alright, well everybody can rest up until you're no longer riddled with influenza. Alright, Twizlight feeling good. Vulchi, influenza-y. Cat and Meow Kitty Sakura has been on point these entire 2 journeys. Vulchi doing better. Caffeine, still bad. Salen, still very dysentery. Caffeine feeling good. Salen, still pooing. Yay! How are you feeling worse, Salen? Have a break. Abysmal? But you're cured of dysentery! Salen is dying. What is happening? No flu for you. Alright. Alright, we're gonna set sail for New York. If you're gonna die, Salen, you're gonna die a hero. Fishing happily! I just remember Salen saying something like, I sure do have a fatal allergy to fish. I wonder what he meant by that. There is an achievement, by the way, for spearing one of the fanciful gentleman fish. And if you can get the hat and not the fish, I think that's the Chivo, but I can't remember. Oh, feck you, flying piece of crap. I gotta feed my people. Sea Witch, Watto and welcome. Yes, that's right. We're once again on the Caribbean sail. Which is legally distinct from the Oregon Trail. And besides, Miyagi Sakura, why would we need to buy stale food when the ocean is our own personal supermarket? And so long as we've got spears enough, it's all you can eat. Not all you should eat, all you can eat. This music is going to haunt me for the rest of my days. Straight in your face. You were a flying fish and I eat you. I think we can hold up to 800 kilograms of food. Salem says they turned Oregon Trail into a drinking game. Okay, well, what were your rules? Because I played a few. The game version I used to play the most was the Oregon Trail, which is almost identical mechanically to the Oregon Trail, but it's zombie survival. I thought it was very quirky. But now we get to be funny, silly pirates. Salem says a pretty simple one. Each person gets a character, drink when you're referenced. Well, Caffeine probably would have been in a alcoholic coma by this session. No one's going hungry on my ship. Slam if you die? God. J-Po's like, what is this game? This is what happens when it's my birthday and I'm allowed to play whatever I want. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? That'll do us. That'll do us for now. But no, I mean, Sea Witch, me too. I really enjoy this. It hits just the right amount of, I feel like I'm planning and strategizing, and enough random whimsy. Like, I understand, Oregon Trail was a teaching tool. It was never really meant to be a fair and balanced video game. But, oh boy, did it wreck face. Did any of you all have to do things like the Oregon Trail in school? We didn't get to do much in the way of, like, official educational video games. You know, we got very early copies of Mavis Beacon. Mavis remembers. And at one point, we had to do like a creative writing thing where we played essentially a text adventure and then had to write about our story. There we go. Generous portions for all. It says, Captain dying. Vulture Pony has died. So, Meow Kitty's son, Zaidlin has died. I might have left it a little bit... Twizzlight has died. I might have left it a little too long before feeding everybody. It's a Danish banner. You got any sailors? Just gonna avoid him. Caffeine's got influenza again. Again. Who'd you get it off? The two corpses? The weather is cold enough to freeze a stack of cannibals to the brass monkey and 5 rolled into the sea. That just sounded like drinking references to me, but alright. Alright, the captain is abysmal, but that's better than dying. Let's get people back home. Twizzlight says, Treasure Math Storm was the one that... English! Hello! How do you like influenza? As you draw near to the British flag, you find out it's a pirate trick that you fell for it. You're forced to surrender your food and money. I spent so much time catching these pissing fish! Will, how was your birthday? I fished. I'll fucking eat you, Turtle. Go on, jump again, Turtle. Jump again. You're delicious. Jump again, you fucking turtle. You're like a giant Kinder Surprise. Only the thing I'm getting is not malnourished. Hello. Take it. The music does not match, but I have 2 tiny cakes. Hang on, I gotta. How do I stop this? Oh, they're my fucking favorite as well. It's. Ah! Fucking turtles. Okay, ocean paused. There we go. Okay. So I've got some little cakes and I got some little candles. And friends, the fire madness has begun. Look at these. These are my little candle cakes. You know I'm a sentimental fuck. You lot do so much. And I know I say this fucking daily, but I do not feel that I do enough to be deserving of. And these little like birthday streams were kind of born of, if I remember rightly, Ket's family was out. I think they were overseas, and I was looking after the place while they were AFK. But I still wasn't able to work. So I got myself a budget, reduced to clear, red velvet cake. And then y'all did the most horrendous Lovecraftian mash of Happy Birthday. And we had a weird little day. I think we ended up playing like, we ended up playing co-op Half-Life 2 with Dan Jones, if I remember rightly. God, that was a good day. I mean, I'm not going hard today because I'm battling off 1,000 things. But, you know, things are different now. Things have changed a lot. Some better, some worse. But yeah, they got little sparkles. So, I'm by no means done. You know that, friends. But just thank you for today. Spent so much time lying in bed feeling like shit, being like, this is it. Longship is done. I've taken a week off. I failed everybody. It's all going to end because of me. Fuck, 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 fuck. And once again, I was wrong. So, thank you, all of you. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Fuck you! Thank you, all of you. You lovely mother hobbits. I think I got him. And Ket, how in the hot heck are you doing, friend? Thank you. Thank you all. I got 2 tiny cupcakes. Yeah, why is it so warm? Everyone promised me the heat was going to break. And as my taste buds are coming back, let's see how red velvet cupcakes come out. I know red velvet's kind of basic on the great cakeometer, but I feckin' love them. They look fancy, they're tasty, they're not overly sugary. Like, sign me the fuck up. I've got filling in the middle as well. I'm amazed this cake has any structural stability. It's on my face, isn't it? Oh. Soon Will was more icing than man. So yeah. I feel this is one of those birthdays where I just gotta say thank you to all of you, you know? So thank you. I got water. These are good cakes. Thank you very much.
Cake.
Cake! J-Post, thank you kindly. Or Sadlin, here's the thing. What if we didn't clip that? And Aperios never needs to know about me stuffing cake in my face. I also feel really bad because 2 of our crew died due to, I wouldn't say negligence, but they deserved food, they got none. And now I have to aggressively fish for them. It's also, it's changed in the back end of Twitch, so I can easily see who clips what. What does mean I'll be able to thank people who do loads of clips more, which would be fucking cool. Twizzlight, would you call it negligence? You're still alive! What are you complaining about? I think. Are you still alive? Ah, okay. Twizzlight is not alive, hence the negligence. Someone's gonna haunt me in my fucking... Look, Fred, I am not saying that I have aligned myself with any eldritch beings or otherwise, but it's considered a faux pas to eat people, but eat... Fuck! Fucking turtles! But eating fish is fine. I gotta fill up our stocks fast. Twizzlight says, don't worry, I'm a pretty laid-back ghost. Is that important as part of the ghost lifestyle? I wonder if it's like, as you get a combo going, you get more food. Sorry, Fred was just, J-Post! So kind of you! Oh, shit. Eric, I do not know where the sharks be at, apart from the shark socks, which I received from Asari, which I know will come back to haunt me at some horrible shanty point later in my life. So many flying fish. No, just Fred was joking about my drive for vengeance against the turtles, thus solidifying the theory that I might be aligned with the Shredder. This is only tangentially related, Fred, but as you know, I've been using TikTok, and especially while I've been, like, you know, plague brain, one of the things that's been really easy is a lot of TikTok watching, because you just pop it on, it asks very little of you intellectually, and you can just go from there. One of the things that's really, and I mean this with no sarcasm, I'm genuinely enjoying of it, is young nerds finding out about stuff like the Turtles and how they came to be. You know, someone did like a quick 3-minute synopsis on the history of the Ninja Turtles, you know, how they ended up starting off as a joke, and then a parody, and then becoming this huge franchise. And seeing, it was a turtle covered in treasure! Fucking treasure turtle. Get you, yeah, you piece of shit. hate turtles. They just mock me. Alright, one more fish and then we oop. Alright. And seeing lots and lots and lots of young nerds first discovering that, like, where the turtles came from and how they became such a big deal is genuinely nice. Like, it's a heartwarming little story. Kind of like the... Alright, Captain's good. Alright, adequate portions then. Captain Meow Kitty Sakura has typhus. Alright. Everyone's getting generous fish portions. Who's this? No! Ship ahead draws near. Find the black flag. What do you do? Flee. Try to flee, but the wind wasn't with you. The pirates opened fire on you. Yeah! You took their banner, salvaged 4 harpoons, and 88 quid for our fucking work! Yes! Yes! I forgot we can play with stuff! Oh, feels good. Caffeine as well again. Actually, let's have a look at the state of the crew. Okay. Caffeine is not doing well. It's just Caffeine and Meow Kitty Sakura, and that is it! Whew. But we have a pirate flag. Oh, English colours. So are we! If this is an ambush, I'll cry! Approach? Trade? Or... turn those into luxuries. You're gonna get paid. Chat with the captain. Don't let your guard down, cunning pirates. Yeah, we bloody know. Only a few 100 miles left. Caffeine's like, better get a raise after this cruise. You'll get a few days R&R. And many, many kegs of grog. So this is a fascinating one. It gives you the initial kind of Oregon Trail style concept. Go from London to New York in your ship. Because your grandfather has asked for a mysterious locked box to be delivered to him. On the way, it gets stolen by a pirate who may or may not be a ghost. You're not quite sure. So what you do from then, entirely up to you. You don't have to deliver your granddad's stuff. You can ignore the shit out of him. Woo! Unlocked a clipper! And a schooner. The schooner is a sailboat. You know there is no Easter Bunny. It's just a guy in a suit. So it becomes kind of... Oh, this is grandfather finding out that we lost the thing. Alright, let's see if Caffeine and Meow Kitty Sakura will recover. Doing good. I mean, we could sleep for a while. I don't think Sadlin, Volchipony, or Twizlight are going to become any less deceased. See, there we go. Now let's hit the pub. Now everyone's feeling up for it. I'm not buying your shady map. You know what? No. I was like, yeah, no, tell my fortune for 10 quid. Oh, I don't have 10 quid. Oh, shit, I did. Alright, well, the luxuries are worth crap loads over here, so... Cha-ching. I do not remember what oil skins are good for, but I just remember that when we needed them, we didn't have them. When we've had them, we haven't needed them. So if we want to, you know, if we, And we head down the coast to Nassau. We're going into pirate-infested waters. Fair. We've won one engagement, though, so we're not terrible. Oh, absolutely getting the ship clean. And Mr. Squarepeg, what ho? And Ket, the meta progression is fascinating. We unlock new hulls and new careers. So we're playing as a sea captain again in this one. So we start with a buttload of money, so we can afford a larger ship. And we never get lost in storms, and we never get lost in coral reefs. Oh yes, repairs. It's strange. It's like I can hear our dear departed captain. Oh no, they're not dead yet. Okay, not dead yet. So yeah, this time round, definitely giving us a bit more speed. Yeah, so we played this for a day ages back, and it's got more meat to it than just a what if Oregon Trail but pirates, which is one of the things that I felt was lacking from the Oregon Trail, which is like, what if the Oregon Trail but zombies? And so it kind of dances around those ideas. It definitely improves on the getting your ship upgraded. You know, Sunless Seas was very, very... Okay, I'm sure we've all talked about this before. I love Sunless Seas. And the early game can be very interesting, but each time you have to start again, the amount of what you carry through is very difficult. So my advice, friends, is usually after you've played a few runs, just give yourself all the cash you need. And I know that seems counterintuitive, but trust me, money isn't the most important thing on the Sunless Seas. Nor does it guarantee victory. But it does stop you from having to ferry Tomb Kings up and down the coast for 1,000 hours to be able to afford a decent pair of guns, to then go out into the Great Madness and lose it all. Oh. So, here's the thing. Nassau keeps getting us killed. What if we do Azores and then down across Africa? Like, heck the Murikas. Let's go. And yeah, you're entirely right, Ket. Like, Sunless Skies is a drastic improvement. Oh, no, they're flying English colours. Hello! No, we're just going to avoid them, though. They have nothing we want. Because it's only Caffeine and Meowkity Sucker are left, everybody gets generous food. Alright. Alright. Flying Skull. Strange ship approaches. Will you yield your goods or fight? Now, we've not been great in a scrap before, but I did get us some upgrades. What do you think, friends? Fred was saying that they had the same problem with so much of the early content is consistent between runs. Yeah. Ozzy says fuck him up. Twizzlot says fight. Ah, a ghost on the wind. And Twizzlot, if we survive, yeah, we'll go to Australia. I've never made it to Australia in this game. But, no, it is fascinating. And that was the thing about Sunless Skies, is it was simultaneously a, like, roguelike story game as much as just as a pure exploration story game. Alright. Peace out! Yo, that thing does feckin' AoE damage! Death cannons find you in the fog. Half of all of you had the soul of... He stole Caffeine's soul! Although, while Caffeine's soul has been stolen, Caffeine's doing all right. Seems to be holding up well. Can definitely do with patching up later on. Caffeine is seasick. Aww. We are poked full of holes. We're getting seasick. Cat Meow Kitty Sakura, this isn't your first voyage. Yeah! Gonna catch a whale. Do we need to? Probably not. Am I doing this just because I can? Possibly. It's my birthday, I want a whale. Blubber nuggets for everybody afterwards. Yes, delicious. Chatot says I'm shockingly good at this. Yo, when it comes to fishing minigames, I'm weirdly good at them. Chatot says they bought Sun of the Seas, but didn't play much of it back in the day because we were busy. And then blah 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 blah. I have no idea what that is. I mean, Sunless Skies, if you've played a bit of it, I recommend just sorting yourself out with a little bit of everything you need to succeed, and then letting the story adventures carry you through. Shit, yeah, I'm going to open a mysterious crate. What luck! There's enough pitch and tar in here to fill a bucket and a bucket too. Hooray! We're full of holes. We've unlocked the Dow. Tiny boat. Yeah, unfortunately, Aussie, we can only take 800 food with us. But sometimes it's the principle of the matter. Alright, we are going to need to sell some goodies. Hope you all like fishing, because we're going to be doing a fair bit of it. They stole our fucking cannons. Alright, well, let's get it repaired. Restock on harpoons. Unless we make Mad Bank. Yeah, let's get our fortune told by the fortune-telling lady. I don't know what this means. Heavens have mercy on your soul. Oh, come on! I paid you! I could not know about my fate for no money. Alright, well, we'll wait till Caffeine and Captain Meow Kitty Sakura no longer have seasickness. Can have another day. We'll buy a bit of food. We'll do so much fishing again. Alright, so we're going to head down the coast. We're just going to go around the Cape towards Australia. So I thought we cleared out all the... You'll have to forgive the fishing minigames. It's the only way we're making it through this. Ah! The swordfish! Fighty and delicious! I can see you, Treasure Turtle. Don't think I don't. Treasure Turtle doesn't currently have treasure on their back because they know. I've eaten so much fish! It's me and those, like, budget sushi places. I've only been to a decent, it's probably an overstatement, but I still remember the first time I hit an all-you-can-eat sushi buffet. And I remember the crime that I did. It's like the body has changed, but the flesh remembers. God. The amount of just fish I'm stuffing down my poor crew. I can't imagine that they have any bad dietary problems or anything. Turtle! Well, so Fred, it was one of those times where, like, you know, I was young, I was naive. I think my stepmom took me. And, I didn't know to be afraid. I didn't know to fear the all-you-can-eat sushi buffet. Kind of like, the getting a steak and eggs from Denny's. I didn't know that I was going into Danger Town. And sometimes the mind is the most powerful tool when it comes to intestinal fortitude. I'm not afraid. You will be. You will be. I'ma play with this turtle, pushing all of the fish out the way. Fish is playing with turtles, throwing turtles around. Alright, away we go. 16 knots seems fast. And again, because it's just Caffeine and Meowkiki Sakura, they get to eat like fucking kings. Stop getting so seasick. You drift off into a strange dream. Behold, I am the devil! Surprise! I care not for the whims and wars of mortal men. Thoroughly boring, actually. Dull. But I could always use more souls to torment. Sorry, Caffeine's already got nicked. Would you sink a ship or three for me? Give or take. Yo, do we want to work for the devil? Have we always been working for the devil? I feel like I want to say no, though, just because we've only got half our complement of guns. Like, we can offer to sink ships, but we're not going to be able to. So I'm very sorry, Satan. Not today. Such a pity. Yeah, you're right, Ket. No one's ever regretted making deals with the devil. I just don't have the guns to do it. Yeah, we only have... You're waking a hot sweat. It's the good-looking kind of sweat. Yay! Alright, at least we're restocked on guns. Alright, also these 8-bit covers of Shanties, I am living for. Yeah, usually I'd be all down for deals with the devil. You know me. It's just... you can't afford to have the hull cleaned, so you do it yourself. Oh, yeah, so you don't have to pay people to do your barnacles. You can do them for yourself. And if you find the glowing green barnacle, that's an explosive combo barnacle. Or a combarnacle, as I like to call them. Do you know what? Fuck it. I believe someone described this as visual ASMR, so enjoy the cards. But yeah, I think, because I've been thinking about like a return to Fallen London. Definitely doing, because I haven't done Sunless Skies on stream yet. Because you did it ages back in the Misfortune before you and your crew. I just paid someone $10 to tell me something very obvious. It's just a message to the dev that says, look, I couldn't implement endless ideas, okay? Alright, so, yeah, next we're heading down to Cape Town. And we're immediately going fishing again! Yay! Treasure tow! You fuck! Sorry. Getting that fucking turtle. Come back with my pissing treasure! I thought I had him there and there was a get down Mr. President moment. Oh my god, I'm just throwing like garbage. And yeah, so I'm sorry. Okay, there's me doing my usual half-finishing sentences. One of the reasons why we was that treasure turtle. Was I looking away? This is what I get. This is what I get when I'm not paying attention. Turtles! Hey, and Eric, have a lovely rest of your day. Like, thank you for stopping in, friend. And I hope you're doing good. Sorry it took so long to get back to you about pack stuff and things. I've just been sick as a fucking dog. But yeah, so one of the things I'd like to do is, if I get the chance, for a Sunless Sky stream, is have more people in to do more, like, voices and conversation. So the entirety of the reading is not on me. Because we all have our... we all have our limits. And I find... oh, thank you, Toe. I know you're out there, Treasure Toe! Ah! Turtles! The things I do to make sure that Caffeine and Meow Kitty Sakura don't die of hunger, that they have to live long enough to die of something much worse. Now the irony that I'm not actually the captain in this. I keep trying to get those marlin, and then the rest of the fish are like, "Get down, Mr. President." I mean, I was thinking about doing the same with Disco Elysium, and then they did that for me, so... At some point, like, we're finally going to be able to do, like, a proper, full-on Disco Elysium stream. Which I'm very looking forward to. It's also worth noting that we faced the spooky guy. Lost. So Caffeine lost his soul, but we didn't lose the ship. So we can just keep going. Like, grandfather be fucking damned. Whatever bullshit he started with some spooky ass mother hubbard. Don't know, don't care, not my problem. Caffeine has dysentery again! How? There's only 2 of you on board! It's not a cult. It's not a cult. Yeah, it was just, after we finished so many long play games all at once, I wanted to spend a few more weeks doing like lots of little short games with you all. I guess there was a part of me that wanted to regain my indie cred, you know? You know, I tell people that I focus on weird and strange indie games, and I want to do that. Why do I feel like I just missed something? It was like there was a weird eyeball in the water? So there, what was that? Okay, this is fucking cool, even if it's very confusing. It's like the Eat Fish bonus round. That was cool. Congratulations, Miyaki Sakura and Caffeine. You're getting slightly different fish. And now you're well again. Aww. All I saw was like a little... Oh! What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Caffeine rang a bell. Luck decreased. What do we say? 2 bells! Ding ding! You're less lucky now. Fuck! Probably why we keep getting our ass kicked and see if they... Ah! 'Twas the Flying Dutchman. Oh. Speaking of the Flying Dutchman... just gonna avoid. Do not trust. We saw a Flying Dutchman and then a regular Dutchman. Nah, I'm good. Alright, so let's take a sounding. Oh, no way. We are going to avoid it. Sorry, the sounding was, I think, 14 feet. And we're at, like, 16 feet in the water? Yeah, nah. Good. Caffeine! How? Stop licking everything! Ringing bells and licking stuff. Oh, Miyaki Sakura's with dysentery now. Yay! We made it to Cape Town! Ooh, a fancy ship. Merchant unlocked. Galley! Ooh, fancy. I like how these whales are just cheering us on. Oh man, luxuries are cheaper down here, so we might as well... Okay. You find a fellow looking to have a letter delivered to Calcutta. Yeah, we're going that way. We're going round the hog. You find a sailor looking to have his ship careened for $20. You did a job? Oh, yeah. What's this? Exploding barnacle! Exploding barnacle! Exploding combo barnacle! Exploding barnacle! Look, we need the cash. I'm not above a hard day's work. You know how it is. But yeah, I'm trying to think of some of those games that are exceptional, but are very, very heavy on the reading that I've been avoiding a little bit. Because, like I said, the mistake was on me when we first did... Nah. The mistake was definitely on me when we first did... What was it? Oh, Disco Elysium. Because I had that person who was all like, oh, you gotta take it seriously and not turn it into a meme game. And I thought they were being genuine, so I was like, okay, no, we'll treat this like a proper setup. Oof. You know what this means? More fishing! God darn it. Can't believe you lot put up with me. And the thing is, like, since I tried to play it like a real detective game, it didn't hit, because I was coming at it completely in the wrong way. You know, I got annoyed at its brutality rather than embracing its surrealism. You know, everyone was telling their stories of their character builds and stuff. It still makes me laugh that our character initially in Disco Elysium was such a clever detective, smart and insightful, but had no physical resistance whatsoever, that in the very beginning he tried to take his tie off of the feckin' the aircon fan. Sorry, the ceiling fan. Why don't I call it the aircon fan? Only to die of a heart attack. Fish! Yeah, you know what? 'Twas like Night in the Woods is another one. Loads of people have done like loads of run-throughs of Night in the Woods, so it's definitely one of those games where fucker's just mocking me now. It's definitely one of those titles where I don't know if I have anything interesting to add. You know, Night in the Woods is not a technical marvel, and it doesn't do anything new. It just does it better and more honest and more brutal than a lot of its contemporaries. And I guess, I mean, shit, even Night in the Woods has been out for a fair few years now, but it kind of encapsulates a lot of the experience that people are going through for realsies. Like, whether it still holds up now post-Plague, but at least before then it was really one of the... I still remember the line that haunts me so, that was... One of the lines that haunts me so was, when did house buying jobs become rent paying jobs become second jobs? And oh boy, if that isn't very, very real. Can't believe how many of these shots I have biffed. I've gone through half our harpoon supply. I just want to make it so that caffeine and... Fuck! Now can you sucker and die? Excuse me. Oh, treasure turtle! You piece of shit! Saw you out there. Do 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 do. This music will haunt me when I sleep. Maybe I can buy some more from... because we haven't technically set sail yet. We can just run back on land and grab some more harpoons. I highly doubt they'd let me do that because that would be such an OP maneuver. Basically be, with patience you have infinite money, enjoy. The fishing has taken its toll. I'm the reason your fish and chips costs £8 now. Take that, the cod supply. Sorry, that was really dark of me. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's set sail. Reef ahead, you could cross it, try and sail. Alright, let's take a sounding. So our keel depth is 18 feet. Let's see how deep the water is. Yeah, 15. Avoid it. It adds a couple days sailing round, but... see that, we die. God darn it! Caffeine dropped the lantern near the powder keg. It exploded. The hull took 20 damage and 10 cannonballs were left. Punish Caffeine. No. Warn Caffeine. It was gleefully ignored. What am I going to do? We got 2 crew members. I can't flog one of them. Caffeine as well again. I'm so happy for you. Explodey pants. Explodey pants, cannonball. Has dysentery. Feel bad now. It's probably from all the fish. Oop. Dutch banner. Ship draws near, find a Dutch approach. Oh, we're doing good. Even if I did turn most of our stuff into... have a quick chat. I entirely understand all of that. Totally. Oh, sorry, jumping back. So Twizzlight was saying that Night in the Woods rang home with them because they're from a place that's always getting smaller and smaller with less work. A hometown doesn't have a grocery store, yet homes built in the 30s and 40s are on the market for 300k. Yup. Miyakuni Sakura, the fish has taken its toll. There is a limit. And DX Man says that they're from the general geographic region the game was based on, so they pick up a number of inside jokes. Yeah. I was, sorry, as a complete aside, remember that British game we played with all the sci-fi nonsense in? I was really hoping that was going to hit those same kind of beats. But... God, that game was bad. What have we got? No. English! Hello! But we will avoid, because we're set for goodies. I mean, Sir You're Being Hunted has a lot of ridiculous Britishisms in it. But, I don't know. Despite the ubiquitousness of, like, the British games industry and games set in that region, there's been very few games I've played where I've been like, oh, yeah, okay, now that's a clever inside reference. No! Don't want to fight you guys! Oh, shit! They took half of everything. I didn't mean to do that. I hit yield instead of... I thought I was hitting flee! Damn it. fucked up. Oh, who are the Corsairs? Forget. Just gonna avoid them. You tried to flee, but the wind wasn't in your favour, and the Corsairs opened fire. Ha-ha! Fucking yeah! Should have made a deal with the devil. Took their banner, salvaged 330 kilograms of food and 185 quid from the wreck. And in our inventory, check this out. Click the bucket. Blick. There we go, good as new. We might be the actual baddies. Ooh. Oh, here we go. This is one of the, like, the... So much fish. So much fish. Come back, fish. It's the rapid fire bonus round of fishing. Thing is, so long as I hit one fish, the harpoon comes back. Oh, Ozymandias was saying that to translate, the Dutch guy said, knowing nothing is the safest belief. A particularly piratey pigeon lands on your hat. There's a tiny note with a map on the back. Come to Libertalia, the Pirate Lord. Thank you, Pirate Lord. I think your request is about a year away. Ship flies no banner and appears to be abandoned. Avoid to fuck. No doubt caffeine would trip on a rusty nail and then get... Oh, no, caffeine's feeling better. Oh, shit. Well, now I feel like an idiot. Alright, let's see how deep this water goes. Oh, plenty enough. We'll cross right through it. The water is 45 deep. Our keel's 18. Piece of cake. Cup of tea. Fish and chips. England. Don't know why I said it like that. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some other, like, heavy on the reading bangers. I guess, wait, was Oxenfree, was that one voice acted? I can't remember. Just thinking back. Another coral reef! How many bloody reefs have you bloody got? $30 feet? Yeah, that gives us a nice 10-foot clearance. Exploding pants for real now. Touche, touche. This has been the longest game of this we've ever had going on. Maybe that was my mistake. Maybe my mistake was trying to make it to Nassau and make friends with the pirates. Maybe I should have just fucked right off. Just head for Australia, everyone else be damned. Ozymandias, I have played the West of Loathing. Oh, we got the catch going. And we unlocked a cook. Quite the catch, if you will. Oh, and a junk as well. You deliver your letter and get 100 quid! Bloody marvellous. Alright, well at least the luxuries are cheap down here. Actually. Repair the hull. The luxuries are getting cheaper the further we're going, so... You know what time it is. It's time to sell that food! Alright, mostly reloaded. Fellow is looking at you to have a letter delivered to Clavington. Clavington, fuck it, why not? If it gets lost, it's not my problem. No, I'm not scraping your barnacles! No! Scrapeth not! Alright. Miyaki Sakura is good as well. Fair. Alright. So the pirates wanted us to go to Livitania. I want to go to Clavington. So, feck you, the pirates. And we could go back the way we came and meet some pirates. Shit, now I'm double guessing myself. And now, roughly same. Pixel Paradiso says, "You go see that Pirate Lord." I don't wanna, but I think I do. I'm gonna whinge on my way over there. Fine. We'll go see the Pirate Lord. Pixel Paradiso and... But you know what that means first. Viking! Both Pixel and Meowkity Sakura said. And considering how long this crew has survived for... Catch a flying fish in its face, like so. I mean, Twizzlite, currently Miyaki Sakura is the longest surviving captain under my reign. I also keep thinking, like, we've got the new Sea of Thieves stuff. Hopefully we'll get into that tomorrow. Because, like, I feel like I've been able to actually hang out, hold a conversation. It was harder in the morning. And I don't know if I'm just feeling better in the evenings or what have you. Or maybe through sheer determination and bloody-mindedness, I'm just healed. I'm very warm. And... Okay, I just biffed those 3 shots while trying to talk at the same time, so perhaps I'm not at 100%. I mean, Miyagi Sakura, okay, you're still alive. Caffeine's mostly alive, had his soul pulled out by spooky ghosts, but, I mean, who hasn't? It's just Mardi Gras. Haha. Fish! Fuck you, Treasure Turtle. I see you every time. Always with a sea of fishy bodyguards. This tune will be haunting me for the rest of the night. I'm sorry, friends. This must be incredibly boring. How was your birthday? I fished a lot. I saw a fish in a top hat. He was a right bastard. I do think that the spooky ghost ship is going to keep bullying us for as long as it can, though. Ozzy, oh, thank you. I know I'm supposed to be all like, it's my birthday, so I play what I want. Selfish today, but what can I say? I try and be a good host, you know? Not when I'm thrown like that. I think I'm doing when I'm throwing like that is being a dingus! Thank you, Turtle. You broke my spree. I think I let us get way too low on food. And there we go. This one turtle should be released to serve as a warning to the rest. And away we go! Guns are reloaded, the captain's feeling better, generous portions all round, 2 bells! Timing!
Another month, another year. The real gift are the gifts we buy along the way. Or the call is coming from inside the friends we made along the way. Never gift a horse mouth.
Those are some very, very, very... those are some very, very important sayings there, Sean. And Sean, fucking thank you. And Zeke, how are you doing? What and welcome. Like, Sean, on top of all of it, fucking thank you. And remember, the call is coming from inside the friends we made along the way. I like that. Ah, this will be fine. Crossed it before, we'll cross it again. So yeah, Sean, we're playing the Caribbean Sail. It is a fascinating little Oregon Trail-esque Age of Sail game, complete with all the random occurrences and nonsense that you would expect. 3 crewmates of the 5 are dead. Caffeine's lost his soul. And both Caffeine and our captain, Miyakini Sakura, have had dysentery more times than I care to count. Like, it is not good in there. What are we looking at? Oh, Dutch banner. Let's approach. Stock up on stuff. Yes, once again, I totally understand those, but I'm not going to say anything. Let you translate it yourself. It was a puzzle. God, after this, we should just fuck off for the Americas. Because we have so many luxury goods. And apparently nobody on this side of the Cape wants it. But yeah, so Sean, how have you been doing? Zeke, how's your day going? Sean's like, I am exhausted, perpetually. I'm sorry to hear that, friend. So, I can definitely relate. Nope, who's that? Alright, who's that? God darn it. Alright, next. Next. Flee? God darn it. Yes, get fucking wrecked. Cannonballs and 147 quid. Nice one, brother. Zeke just woke up, so it's going. Oh, you've reached Libertalia. Sean now has 2 sheep, 2 pigs, 3 dogs, 9 cats, 26 chickens. I see you are also playing an Oregon Trail-like game. Is that how many animals you've got on the farm? Because we've got... God, we're at 2 dogs, 6 guinea pigs, and it is more work than can be done. Oh, sorry. You look over the island before setting for the shore. Every house and hovel is made from a dilapidated ship. There's an unwelcoming party of pirates waiting for you. You produce the Pirate Lord's invitation for inspection. A short, bespectacled pirate looks it over before speaking. Ah, must be the Pirate Lord's parrot, Beakwing. Welcome to Libertalia. Now, follow me, or face death. You're led through the wreckage of an upside-down galleon, and you step inside to find a flamboyantly dressed poet. Ahoy there! The exploits preceded ye. And we hear your affinity for taking things that don't belong to ye. As his voice gets traditionally deeper. Go sink an airship near Clavington and bring us the secret that allows us to take flight. You'll have a choice in the matter, so you agree. And you get happy pirate music! God, the luxuries are even stuck up on luxuries, I guess. Alright, so let's see how everybody's doing. Alright, Yakety Sakura and... Oi, mate! Got some homemade moonshine. Selling for a mere £7. Strongest stuff you ever. Yes? Yes. Moonshine acquired. Thank you, pirate. Alright. So we need to sell... Yeah, Ozymandias. I thought I was going loopy. You read that as well, right? Because we need to repair the hull. And we can barnacle it ourselves. So we got this. Oh, interestingly, there's also a little setting when you choose to start your game, is that you can have one that's more historically accurate. So, like, ghosts removed, I assume. So, alright, looks like we are hoving to Cavinston after all. Skill upgrade ready. Yo! Cat Meow Kitty Sakura. You can spec into treatment. Improve the rate the crew member recovers. Caffeine could use that. Looting. Increase the amount of money found on ships. I try not to, but... Reloading. Decrease the reloading time of your cannons. Throwing. Increases the spear, the harpoon. Alright, it's either between caffeine gets dysentery less or cannons fire faster. And it's only caffeine and Meow Kitty Sakura left. On a vessel... that had 5 crewmates, and I forgot to feed them, so 3 of them died. Caffeine says more DACA. Captain Meow Kitty, how do you respond to this request for more DACA? The person who you'd be helping has asked for more guns. How do you proceed? Answer now, fearless captain. But yeah, so jumping back in, so yeah, Sean's saying farm plus. New farm plus. But, like, I hope it's not too brutally warm where you are with all that as well. Miyakity Sakura will respect their choice. Okay. But you now have to listen to the fishing music again, I'm sorry. Fuck you, treasure turtle. I saw you. You piece of shit. It's a marlin. Swordfish to the layman. Oh, my knife. Biff for harpoons, because apparently I forgot how fish work. Excuse me, how am fish? Fuck you, turtle. It's just because there's one turtle that keeps mocking us with a whole ass chest of treasure. Chest of treasure. And it does feel like the flying fish have just given up. Why did I do that? just got taunted by a turtle. It worked. Hey, well, Miyaki Sakura, thank you for hanging out so much today. Like, I understand I've been going for like 7 hours, but I've missed everybody a lot. Dragging you on this nightmarish pixel. Ah! Marlin! Nightmarish pixel fishing adventure. I'd accept my fate and start our runs as a fisherman. Except for they get paid fuck all. So they can barely afford a junker. Actually, there's a question. I realised I've been using the term ubiquitously. Is a naval junker a type of vessel, or is it just an offhand for a vessel made out of feckin' anything? Whoever it was that told me I was good at this, you've congratulations, you've psyched me out. I became overly cocky and confident in my fishing abilities. Less eye of the tiger, more fin of the halibut. Alright. Now we can set sail. Full bellies, full stocks. Somewhere in this stupid planet, someone wants to buy luxuries for a profit. Oh, pirates, no! Flee! The winds are in your favour, and you're able to be gone before the pirates can stop you. Fuck you! Okay, so a junk is a tiny Chinese ship type. Okay. Caffeine! We didn't even fight! Caffeine's leg was broken during the battle. If you amputate, they might die. If you don't amputate, slow death is certain. Okay, so caffeine. The good news is we got moonshine from the pirates, so you are not going to feel this. The bad news is, you're only going to be able to go around certain corners quickly. Caffeine's leg was amputated. So let's just check the crew log. Caffeine's condition. Dying. What kind of ship is that? An abandoned ship? Nah, not with peg leg caffeine. Void. Vulture's like, join us, caffeine. Excuse me, Captain. I broke my leg during the battle. What battle? We ran away. There was no fight. Caffeine's got... he's not making it back. So, Miyakini Sakura. Oh, Miyakini Sakura went to bed. With dysentery. So I can't even ask our illustrious captain how he would handle... Oh, Caffeine is well again. Actually, let's check that. Okay, Caffeine is well, but abysmal. Okay. How are you struck by lightning? How are you the unluckiest crewmate? Sailor says, what happens if you swap your flag for a pirate banner when you approach a pirate? I don't know. Can try. Alright, so they're flying the black. Alright, so if we go into our inventory and we raise the black, let's see what happens. Ship draws near, they're flying the black. Alright, it still says attack, surrender, flee, so we've got to flee. Oh, God. No, you got dunked. Really should have taken that. Deal with the devil. That's not really a hit. Caffeine's got dysentery again. Caffeine's like, I'm not dead yet, Zeus, you fuck. Immediately gets dysentery. So much good fish. Caffeine has died of dysentery. It was just one bout of the shits too. It's got what? Oh no! He's only got one leg. You are free, but at what cost? What have we got? It's a French warship. Alright, well, they're gonna hate us, whatever. Avoid. Fuck you. We're flying the English colours. So the ship ahead draws near. They're flying the English colours. Yeah, we've got to bring them down. No! You piece of shit boat! You piece of shit airship! Why do the British have an airship? No, Orchazini, we were tasked by the great pirates to sink, deflate, one of the airships, and I guess that's how far we got. Oh, why do you not put up with me? Hang on. I grabbed one of the fish. You can grab a fish on the intro. No one knows how cool we are. Oh, you're right. We were tasked to steal the bit that makes them fly. Alright, so let's just have a quick look and see what we managed to unlock. So, the new jobs we got was the merchant, who starts with a lot of cash and gets more money for haggling, and the cook. He'd rather die than let good food spoil. Alright. So if we chose the merchant... see, even the merchant with a galleon would only leave us with a few hundred to arm it. Sluggish and massive, she was built to silk anything. Clipper is the fastest sailing ship ever made. Has a shallow hull and incredible speed. 7 guns, but that thing is going to zoom. Schooner has a few cannon ports and a shallow hull, but it lacks in storage. It makes up for in speed. Dow, you get what you pay for. Cheap speed. Caravels are strong with fair storage. It's favoured by the Corsairs for its shallow hull. The Galley, excellent hull integrity. Powerful ram. You may never need to fire a cannon, but with 12... Oh, only 5 guns? The Ketch is a junk with a catch. It's fairly slow with adequate storage. And the Junk. The Junk is better than it sounds. For a low price, you'll have a decent ship all round. Oh, you're right, Hookshot. The fastest ship is the Black Pearl. And everyone knows that. And as much as I am enjoying that, if I have to listen to the fishing music one more time, I'm going to go loopy. So let's hang out. Let's have a little bit more of a natter. My voice will hold out for a little bit more. And I will admit, I'm reluctant to say goodnight, friends. I haven't chatted this much in like the last 5 days. I've been stuck inside a lot. But what I will say is, like, once I'm done here, I'll power this down, caffeine, so if you want to get in some sitter thubes. Yeah, Hookshot. I mean, I feel legit better. I feel much better than I did at the start of today's stream, for certain. Definitely better than I felt this morning. Like, to be honest, I just kind of got started on determination. You know what I mean? So, like, it's good to be back on it. Oh, God, I'm very warm. And I know I shouldn't push myself. Oh, no! Sorry, Hookshot was saying how I feel. Being there last week. The Wheaton brought home daycare germs. No! Germs from the wee babu! The most heinous of all. Because not only is it bad times, it's also, like, you know, familial betrayal. Hookshot's like, don't push yourself. Let someone else push you. Oh, let someone else pull you. Also valid. Also valid. Oh shit! Let's check in on our feckin' zombies. While we're listening to shanties and having a natter. For those of you who don't know, we've started a Blight of the Immortals game. Should just turn the audio off so you don't have to hear the tippity-tappity in the background because it does not mix. So we're currently doing Longship versus Zombies. 12 people have died, I assume from natural causes. And, actually, feck it, why am I not showing you this? Alright, so this is my little corner. So if you haven't seen it, Blight of the Immortals is like a slow-form, simultaneous turn-based game. Woohoo! That's mine now. And then this is going to be mine as well. Wait, are you not there yet? Oh, he's not there for another 7 minutes. 7 minutes till we get a bunch more humans. Okay. I wonder if we should go make some friends with some goblins.
Starboard! Seems we got a survivor.
Sorry. So yeah, so this is my little teeny tiny corner of this map. If you haven't seen this game before, it plays similar to like Neptune's Pride or Subterfuge in that everything is happening all at once, just very slowly. Like it takes, God, we started this a couple hours into stream, so it took 6 hours for my 2 units to make it across from Poet Orchards to Yellowland. Annoyingly, I can't rename these areas yet myself. I wish I could. There are multiple other like people and friendos across the map, and our goal is to either be the last one standing or to defeat the monstrous hordes. If we succeed or not, who knows? But it's going to be entertaining. As you can see, all the people are all spread out along the vestiges. Oh, except for a couple of friends, like Immortal Len, who's kind of like slap bang in the middle, having a bad time. The dwarves are hanging out at the top, being like, "Yo, what up?" I have a feeling we'll be making a break for the Dwarvish Mountains. I wonder what we're going to do, apart from die horribly. Anyway, this is the game we've been playing, and it's thoroughly fascinating. Even if Wizard Numpty's got another like 5 minutes on the clock. Hookshot, it is very cool. If it's something you'd be interested in trying, it's free to play. The only person who needs to buy the game is the one hosting if you want to play private games. It also has some like single player missions you can play to like get a vibe for it. Haven't quite learned yet how to You're going to go up this way. booth. And then swordsman. You kids are going to go over there. Booth. Jobs are good. Sorry, I realised I changed the view and I didn't... You know what? I'm proud of myself. I managed to do a whole day's hanging out and chatting with you all off the back of this fucking COVID bullshit. I did realise, friends, that I actually haven't said COVID as a word in quite some time. That I had officially reached like the almost the superstition level. I was almost like trying to ward off the potential lurk by not naming it, which is very superstitious of me, and obviously didn't work. Turns out, baseless superstition, not as good as actual medical science. Who knew? Okay, I think I have to admit defeat, dear friendos. I think I have officially reached the stage of just babbling incoherently. And I've still got a whole cake left. Alright, so I'm gonna say some very real thank yous. Because I am warm and I am cooked. Hang on, let me pause the shanties because this is kind of a serious one. Like, friends, as you know, I work for myself in the grand scheme of things. Or I think it's better to say, I work for you lot. I'm a glorified barman working on tips. I'm very happy with this. You know I love doing this. Thing is, like, we have a very full house here, and it is on me to keep everything going, and that's hard, and it worries me a lot. And then I got sick for a whole last week, and that's very scary. And you know, you start getting scary letters in the post, and things start feeling like, shit. Shit. And honestly, like, I know I keep saying I need to be better about telling you all when stuff's getting all over the place. But the thing is, you lot already keep this whole household going, so I don't want to put more onto it. Guess what? I'm not good at this. Friends, thank you. You lot have put in so much cash today. And the thing is, that's going to be used for bills. It's going to be used for keeping this place upright and keeping everybody fed. And that's it. It's a huge, scary weight off my mind. And one friendo, I don't even know if they want to be named, I went to check things yesterday, and they sent me through a huge chunk of cash and just said, hey, consider this your sick day pay. And I'm like, ooh. God, now we've stopped. Now the cough's coming back. Like a feels allergy. Like, I've still not processed everything that's happened today. Like, Wolfcrad blew the doors off before I even pushed go, and you lot just brought the thunder throughout. And I want you to know that, you know, you all have kept this whole thing going for an on-site while longer. And I'm very grateful for that. I hope I do enough to be worth it. I really do. And I love getting to spend my birthday with you lot. It's a lovely little part of this. It's kind of more of a tradition than a compulsion, you know. I don't feel like I have to. I want to. You know, when I was initially planning today, we were going to do the dog bar after, and I was trying to work out, like, how long can I hang out with all of you lot here before running off to go, like, do real people stuff? Anyway, I just wanted to say an unshantied, genuine thank you for a wonderful birthday. today could have sucked so much worse than it did. Like, so much more. And it didn't. I'm very grateful for that. I really am. I never expect anything from your lovely selves. It's all a blessing, y'all. So yeah. Just, seriously. Thank you. This is, again, it is 9:30 on my birthday. I have never been this sober at this hour. Oh, as a can, thank you. It could have been worse. It could have been worse. That was kind of my thing yesterday, is I decided I was going to stop being miserable. I just let my previous plans just drift on the wind. I was like, no. I'm just going to play some video games. We're going to hang out. Oh, no! Salen's like, joke's on you, I'm fake people! I turned back and it's just been a cardboard cutout of Salen the whole time. Alright. So friends, thank you so much. Now, for tomorrow. Keep an eye on stuff and things. Fingers crossed, touch wood. My good friend John over at Rare may be joining us for Sea of Thieves tomorrow. Yes, it's the same person that sang the shanty from like the newest trailer stuff. Who's a buddy from, you know, back at Creative Assembly. So there may be a whole bunch of stuff tomorrow, alright? And if not, if I'm too sick to do a thing tomorrow, then feckin' we. Feckin' we. Yeah. Shit, credits. I almost left without doing credits. Why am... It's like not doing your fucking birthday thank yous. Right! So, along with Asari for the brilliant and terrible socks, and Lost Flowers for sending me a honking great big awesome hoodie from the Monster Hunting variety, you all did so much. To Firestrager, Fearless Sun, Varbles and Domrocks, those were huge donations. And those go straight to our PayPal account, which means I can do a lot. Thank you. Stooge dominating the House Chaos board today. Thank you so much. But to the Anonymous Ghosts, J-Post, Akira Zero, Fire Strager, AR, Shackle Draconis, Erriman, Alnus, Compliment Cat, Bacon Avenger, Punspector, Aspects, Asari Glean, Fire, Vanderbeast, the Dory Quill, Wolfcram, and Thrame, and Imperios Unlimited, and Favor 6, and to the Chatot Maestro, and Feel of Sun, and Immortal Len, Catfish Water Dancer, the Stammering Gamer, Rhymes and Moose, and Caffeine, all of you, thank you so much. Your moderators today was Caffeine, Rhymes and Moose, and Lizzie Tabau. And for new followers, CG Winter, who saw my plague-riddled, incoherent self and went, yeah, alright, I'll listen to more of that. To Firestrager, Alness, Unitax, Aspects, CMC Passerby, AR, Ruvia Furiosa, Happy by Pew Pew, Fendweller, Indy Kylo, Gilbot, Malakat Skadi. Did I say hi to Mal? Did Mal sneak in and I missed him? I hope I said hi. Maybe, okay, maybe the big drops did fuck me up. To Moose, the Artie Poe, Kandarian, Jackie Foxbot, Sparky, the Spanish Inquisition, T-Pain, Kisa Saitama, Down Under Dwarf, Rakami, and Favor 6, and Marshall Raya, and Diathor, C-Sluggan, Tankman, Derayu, Twizlight, God be it, man. To Crom, Kitish, Lamech, Averick, Mechanoel, Crickjer, DM Raw, Tokuno, it's DX Man, Escheneld? Wow, I cannot do that one. Rats Off Toya, just Rats Off. Sunny Loyan? Definitely Hurts, Book, Regina Viper, Crux, Teenage Ninja Turtle, just the one. Bike 1 of the Cox variety, the French Inquisition, Nudity, what a concept. Alpha the Deluge, MDH Rights, Rudism, and Sean, thank you all. And Rudism for the massive feckin' raid! That's my birthday! Thank you. Like, most of you were doing 36-month sprees, and the rest of you were, like, House Carl's own personal, like, huntable targets for the day. Fucking legends, a lot of you. A lot of you. Sorry, I just don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Yeah, caffeine, it feels like I made this one by the skin of my teeth. But I fucking made it. Alright. I love you all. Have a wonderful rest of your Friday. If I don't see you for Sea of Thieves tomorrow, then have an exceptional weekend. And... yeah. And catch you too. Catch you later, mate. Catch you later. Yeah, friends, have a lovely, lovely rest of your night. To be continued.